All right, you hear me through the microphone? Yeah. Okay, I think we will start. I don't know if the other session is already finished, but I will already start to tell you something about building a practical DevSecOps culture in your organization. Because I think we have been talking a lot about AI and cool stuff, and people are doing a lot of things for themselves or at their company. But I think it's really important to also zoom in on that side, how to ensure everything stays safe and secure in a way that you also can comply with regulations, your own policies, what your clients expect, and so on and so on. So, there we go. So who am I? I'm Matthias. I have been around in technical stuff since 18 years. So started as Drupal developer. Started building my own CMS. Failed horribly. Found Drupal, started there, and here we are. So I've moved from Drupal development to product development to product architecture, and I'm now in the role of the head of engineering at Dropsolid. Where I do the day-to-day focus on ensuring that we build a product that's scalable, functional, that we can pay it, as in the resource it needs, and so on and so on. That it stays secure, and so on. And that part is also combined with, I'm part of the compliance team of Dropsolid. I will zoom in on that, why we have a compliance team. But basically, we have a compliance team that builds an ESMS. I will zoom in on that also. And that's ISO certified, which I also will zoom in on. So if you don't know what all of that is, you will know it in a bit. But basically, I'm not only focusing on the technical side, but also ensuring that we are compliant with anything that's regulation and so on and so on. So where do I work for? For Dropsolid, company from Belgium, mainly focusing on the European market, but also some touch points in America. Like I said, we are building a product. So we started as a purely services company, but evolved towards having our own product, being the Dropsolid experience platform. It's the one in the middle. I can use yes, there we go. that part. But we focus basically on all the expertise domains that you can see here. So from strategy to integrations to then the platform itself and to compliance. So not going to zoom in on the company, but that's basically what we do, and where I take a role then in the product part and in the compliance part. So, what do I want to talk to you about today? About DevOps and DevSecOps. First, let's ensure that we're all talking about the same thing. Then I want to explain why that part is important in the sense for compliance and regulations, and why you need to have that awareness there. You're not doing it for the sake of a clean pipeline, so to say, or the sake of having something to do. You do it for a reason, for yourself, for your company, for your clients, and so on and so on. And also, how can you get started practically? How do you ensure that you can, if you're, after what I told, yay, let's go, how can you start? And then, how can you do it pragmatically? Because you can easily burn yourself in having an implementation that never will end. But let's start with the first thing, the DevOps, DevSecOps. So, first thing, let's understand what is needed for having a DevSecOps culture in your company, because DevOps is not a role of a function. I will repeat it, I repeat it again, I will go back and forth again. It is the case. It is not you don't hire a DevOps. You ensure that you have a DevOps culture in your company. And that's really important, because what is DevOps basically about? It's a mindset. It's a mindset of how you approach development, software development, basically. In our case, because what's the key thing here is a shared responsibility. If you look at it purely from a software development, you have somebody focusing on front end and on back end. If you just look at that, but if only the front end succeeds, we don't have anything at the end. It's a shared responsibility, and the same goes for DevOps. It's not because a specific person focuses on IT and infrastructure, so to say, that it's his responsibility alone to be successful. No, it's a team effort. It's a mindset that you need to have. Because you want to focus on the collaboration of the automation and the continuous improvements of what you're doing. If you don't learn something every day, week, month, what are you doing? So that continuous improvement is actually needed. And a DevOps kind of way of working helps with that. Because what are the key things? That's my interpretation, so to say, or how I look at it, is these three things: collaboration, automation, and continuous delivery. So basically ensure that you work together. It's a very simple thing to say. The word is DevOps, that you combine development and operations, simply said, but it's actually the case. Don't look in the silos like in the old, so to say, old tech companies. Look at it from how can we build something that we can work together. Key is also automate stuff. There is no way you can do it all manually. And in the era of AI that we are in right now, you can do cool stuff there also. But streamline it, ensure that you have your build, test, release, deploy pipeline automated. And then ensure that you can release, that pipeline can run almost with your eyes closed. It just runs and it's automatic, and you have deploy Fridays, so to say. You can have that. I'm saying the end goal, and not saying that everybody should be able to do that today. That's not the case. But that's basically what the essentials are for DevOps. Because if you then add DevSecOps, we're in the middle, what happens is then the shift left principle. What does that mean? You ensure that security moves earlier in the stage, and not like, we do security first instead of at the end. No, you do security along the line, but you start early in the process. You can easily combine it, compare it to a concept, hit hooks. It's the closest thing before even a commit can happen, where you can hook into a system. Think of it like that. How can you incorporate security on a level where we start at the beginning, instead of a CI pipeline at the end, or even a person that just raised a question, hey, we got hacked. Because then you're too late. So how can you move it to the left? Let me look at it from I'm showing it the opposite direction, of course, but you get the point. What is it also? Ensure that the testing and scanning is done during the process. And if you combine it with the first one, how can you start testing in the beginning instead of the end? And same thing here. It's a way of working. It's a culture. And the easiest way of looking at it is from a hierarchy model. The infrastructure person is accountable for the security, but it's not his sole responsibility to have the whole thing working. So it's a very simple thing. If you look at it like that, you have to work together. You can have dedicated teams for it, perfectly normal, but you need to have the culture to look at it that way. You can have the silos, so to say, but have the lines in between. That's what you want to have. If you don't have the silos, even better, but yeah, you get the point. All right, so that's what DevSecOps is about. But why are you building that? You can say, okay, we're building that for having that efficient pipeline, ensuring that we can deliver fast, and so on and so on. But more or less, you're, so to say, forced into it, and it's something that's got more and more traction over the last years. What I want to talk about now is some more drier stuff, but it's really important to understand the end goal you want to achieve in the end, to ensure that you can check the boxes. Because if you're doing something just for the purpose of having a cool CI pipeline, that can be cool, but probably not what your boss is paying you for, to have only that part. So you most likely want also to check some of those boxes. So why is this important? Because a lot is happening. You have NIS2, DORA, AI Act, GDPR. I can continue depending on the geographical location you're in. It's a never-ending story. I want to go over them, and from here on, I said it also in the summary of the presentation. It's buzzword bingo. You will see that it's abbreviation. You will see it. You will see it. And I explain them also and ensure that you can understand what it is about. So let's start with the first one: NIS, Network and Information Systems Directive 2. That's important. Because since the 18 October, NIS1 doesn't exist anymore. It's NIS2. What is NIS2? It's basically a directive. What is a directive? It's like, it's not a law yet, but the EU said you have to do this. And what happened? They wanted to have a strengthened way, the cybersecurity strengthening across Europe, across companies and so on and so on. And basically to ensure that there is a higher common level and resilience against cyber attacks, against threats, and so on and so on. And most of us will be directly or indirectly impacted. Some of us are in one of the industries. For example, if you are work for an electricity supplier or a water company, you are directly impacted because they are in one of those systems that are critical for Europe, water distribution, electricity. But also indirectly, because they have to fill in checklists to say, hey, our vendors are compatible. And if you're one of those vendors, you need to have those controls in place anyhow to ensure that you can work with them. So it's very important. And it's the law in Belgium, very simple. And technically, across Europe. I checked it yesterday, and let's say there is some leeway in Europe. Like I think France just a few weeks ago, they finally got through it, and it's actually active now. Other countries already have it, and some it's still like yeah, somewhere in between the text is there, but it's not approved by the government. But yeah, basically it's done, and you need to comply with it. Then we also have DORA, Digital Operation Resilience Act. Is anyone here in a sector that they have to comply actively with DORA or being in such an industry? No? Okay. Because it's really focusing on financial entities and their technical providers. So every like cloud provider that does hosting for financial entities has to comply with DORA, because they're a critical part of it. Hosting a bank application, yeah, that's kind of critical. I'm not going to read that there, but basically what it covers is that resilience against cyber attacks and system failures. That's what they want to have. And they want to have, and then, yeah, a lot of abbreviations here, the regulatory technical standards and implementation technical standards using an ICT risk management framework and so on and so on. So a lot of technical terms. It's like, it's not completed yet, what they want to achieve, but yeah, it's there. But the first part is, it was like a grace period of a year or an implementation period of a year, but since beginning of January, it's active. Banks or financial entities have to comply with it. Then you have the AI Act. Hey, hooray, AI. Yeah, AI stands for artificial intelligence, but that you already knew, so no problem there. But it's basically a legal framework on AI, and it's a first. Like worldwide, it's a first. Some people say, yeah, that America is innovating and Europe is regulating. This is one of those examples. You can be against it or you can approve it, but yeah. But there are basically four levels. 4 levels of risk. It's a risk-based assessments on how you want to work or allow you to work with AI. The first level is unacceptable. It's kind of clear. You cannot do that. And basically, since 2 February, you cannot have any social scoring system anymore. If you think of China, you all have probably seen pictures of people being scored based on their face when they do something in a city. That is not allowed at all in Europe. You cannot build such a system. The same for emotion recognition in workplaces. You cannot have a system here, technically, to see how happy people are. You cannot. It's not allowed. So yeah, but that seems fine. But in the high risk, where you need to take action, I took 2 examples out of it, just to give awareness on, we will face, or we will see this in practice, because you cannot use it to sort CVs. You cannot use it to rank people based on something they could be, how to say that, that they are discriminated, basically. You cannot use it, which could technically lead to discrimination. But the same for loans. Banks cannot use AI. Well, they can use AI, but they have to prove that they do it in the correct way. And that's still moving forward. There is still not yet a date when they need to comply with something, but this will come stricter and stricter. America is innovating, Europe is regulating. This is a very good example where we will face it in the future. So yeah. Just take that in the back of your head. But yeah, so I talked about NIS2, DORA, AI Act. How can you now do something with that? How can you now ensure that you and your company have a part there that can comply or adhere to all those standards? The best way to do such a thing is with an ISMS, an Information Security Management System, which is basically a framework to manage and protect information assets. That is everything. That's your people, your data, the data of your client, and data can be very broad. Can be financial data, can be like personnel data, can be everything. Can be everything. And what it is basically a set of policies, procedures, and controls that you define and that you practice. And the second part is important, because what you basically have, you have to prove, and that's the last part about the certification, you have to prove that you have processes in place that follow those policies, procedures, and implement those controls. And it's a very process-driven thing also, because in the end you need to be able to do it. So, and basically, why is that? Why is that? To have that confidential integrity and availability of information safeguards in place. That's it. We have Dropsolid, and so what can you do with that? What can you do with that? Then you can basically, all the things that are in NIS2 or DORA or AI Act, you can implement them because you have a process where you just need to check, okay, where in the process can we fit that part in that corresponds to that control, that procedure, that policy that we need to adhere to. As we at Dropsolid did that. 2 years ago, we started, well, 3 years ago, we started setting up an ESMS. It was like, yeah, cool, let's start it. The first thing is that you need to ask then is, do we have a process? Do we have a process in place where you can say, okay, what is needed here to make it more secure, or to, not per se more secure, but to take the necessary measures to protect our data? But that's the first thing, process documentation. And if you think for yourself in your company, are all your processes documented from A to Z, for every department, for everything that you would want to have your ESMS cover? For us, it was challenging, because in the beginning it was, oh yeah, let's go, but then suddenly it became clear that some processes are not defined, they are in people's heads. They are like in some part of documentation, but one is in a Google Drive document, the other one is in Confluence. So that effort, for us, the biggest effort there was that the processes became basically the backbone of our documentation. The effort that we did became the backbone of the documentation of the company. So, and that's really important. I'm not going to go into that detail. I can talk another hour purely about this, but I'm not going to do that. But it's really important. If you don't have such a system yet, you should start it, because you will never be able to have something in place that can adhere to this NIS2, DORA, or AI Act if you don't have a system that you can prove that the processes are in place. So we did that, we started 3 years ago, and last year we had our ISO certification, which means an auditor came by, went over all the processes, had conversations with people, checked if we actually do what we have written down there, and he agrees with, he agrees with that it complies with what basically the norm, the ISO specification says. And so we got certified next week. Actually, we have our internal audit for our second year, and in a month we have our external audit. So it's a busy period to ensure that we show the continuous improvement there. So yeah, that's all those facts. Let's circle back now to DevSecOps. Why? Because one of the key things, I forgot to add the word here, but basically it's a very important word here, proof. Prove that you did something. Because you can say you have a process, but prove it. Prove that you have a joiner, mover, leaver process. Somebody starts, gets credentials, and when he leaves, they are removed. It can be a ticket in a system. And the same for security. Prove that you have records of your auditing. Prove that you have done that security check on that code base. And same let's say you have to do that. And you have no automation, that is practically impossible. So automation becomes even more and more important, because you have way more things to check, way more things to have the sanity there, or the knowledge there that it's okay. And definitely for AI, that becomes really important, because you will need to be able to show that you comply with those regulations. For example, for the usage for AI for the CVs, scanning of CVs, yeah. That if you build such an application, that's is something that, how will you comply with it, or show that you comply with the regulation that there is? And talking about AI, I think at this point the awareness around what happens, the correct awareness about what happens with your data when you use tooling like AI, like let's say Claude Code, or let's say any ChatGPT or Google Gemini, there is no such thing as free in this world. They use the data for something. Even for paid subscriptions, it can be that in the fine print is that they can use the data and the data you put into it. In case of an ESMS, so the thing the regulation thing, that makes it very hard to start using any tool suddenly. You cannot just go to a SaaS tool, start using it, and tada, it's there. No, that's very hard. That's very hard because you violate your own rules that you set up to adhere to the NIS2 or other directives. So that's a legal, contractual, and regulatory considerations. Can we use it? Are we allowed? And for our clients to use it, do we have a data processing agreement with clients to use their data or their project with AI? Stuff like that. Not going to zoom in on it. Something to take into your head. Just don't start blindly using any AI tool that you see because it's cool and it has a nice interface. Think about it. Yes. So yeah, that was somehow why you should get started on that DevSecOps flow. So what I want to do now is to go over those tools, the parts that I see where you can get started with, and so on. Yes. So some assumptions to start with. I assume you're using version control. I can practically not imagine that there would still be someone not using version control. And I hope for the love of God that you use Git and not like VS, the Microsoft thingy or so on. No, I assume that it's Git. And it can be GitLab, GitHub, your own Git, whatever, doesn't really matter. Also that you use some kind of CI/CD flow. GitLab, CI, GitHub Actions, Jenkins, whatever, some automation thing. And that you have some kind of capabilities of run local containerized workloads. It can be Docker, it can be any other variant that also can run containerized workloads, but that you have such a thing. And that's then, now it becomes different, that you have some procedure or guideline that you want to adhere to or that you want to improve with your DevSecOps workflow. Like I said, you're not doing this solely for a bigger pipeline that you have in GitLab CI, that you have more steps. No, you're not. You're doing it for a reason. And the same thing that you can improve by that your software development lifecycle, your SDLC, which is normally something you have written down or not. You have that. You know that you go from an estimation to wireframes to development to and then iterative process and to delivery. You have that. So that software development lifecycle, you have that, and that DevSecOps thing fits into it. So what do we want to have? We want to have that the first part here, like I said. So this part here, the shift left, you can see it very well on the screenshot. I chose it by for that reason. But you see that there is some part here, the testing on multiple levels. Previously, testing was, does my PHP unit tests run? My browser tests, do they run? No, I know there are some extras, like dependency scanning, like SAST and DAST and some others that I will zoom into now. So I will name some tools. They just exist. I have no affiliation with them. It's just they exist. It's to give an idea on what's possible, not per se on what's available. And I mainly focused on free and open source tools because that you can start using without any other constraints. But there are many, many, many alternatives. For example, if you would have like a GitLab subscription, the GitLab Ultimate has a lot of those tools built in, a lot of them. But it depends on what you want to use. So that's I don't have any affiliation with what I mentioned. So let's start. So first thing you can implement is SAST, or the concept you can implement is SAST, static application security testing. It's basically testing before you execute something. Look at that PHP unit test. It's the same thing. Your code is not running. Some of the PHP unit test types. It's just statically checking if there is an issue. And it can be a lot of things. It can be SQL injection, cross-site scripting, API usage, different things. Depending on the vendor, they can check some stuff. There are two really cool ones. That's Bearer CLI and SemGrep, which just exist. They are part of a bigger ecosystem, which I mean they have a SaaS offering, a paying SaaS offering. Those are the CLI tools, and then you can get the reports and so on. If you want a nice dashboard and the UI and so on, that goes into the SaaS model and you have to pay for it, but you can use them. How does that look like? I hope it's big enough. Yeah, there is big enough. So basically, like you see here, that's for JavaScripting. It checks, okay, there is no CSRF middleware in this application. That's not something you would detect in any other testing tool that you have right now, because there is no concept of you knowing that it should be there. But this system has some business rules in it or some definition in it that you need to have it. So that's one of the examples. Another one is DAST, dynamic application security testing. So you have SAST and then DAST, static, dynamic. Basically, here is. It's like a browser test. You have a running application where you want to test stuff up. Then, of course, you go into SQL injection and so on and so on, some practical examples. They're one of the good starting points, even though it's not a practical, because they have some desktop application that you need to run or to create a baseline and so on, but then you can go CLI, is OWASP ZAP, the Zen attack proxy. It's a really decent application. It's a really decent framework. You can export it to different formats to incorporate in other tools, but that's one of the practical ones to use. And then I think, this is something. These two are like, because if you look at test scenarios, you already have the concept of tests that don't require a database or purely code tests, and then you have the tests that require a running application, like browser tests and so on. This is something then. These are the first two concepts, and then we go into more detailed stuff that you probably already are doing. First one is SCA and the concept of SBOM, and then let's start there. So software composition analysis. Basically, what are my dependencies? Very simple. What are my not per se what are my dependencies, but what vulnerabilities are in my dependencies or in the dependencies of dependencies. You can go very deep if you want. yeah, think of it as PHP packages, JavaScript libraries. Luckily, we are used to using a very good package manager, being Composer, that has the capabilities of doing it. So here we don't need per se an external tool. You could use Composer Audit. I think that's the first screenshot. Yeah, just do Composer Audit and it will show you, yeah, that's vulnerable, that's not vulnerable. But that's only for Composer, that's only for PHP. Most of our projects consist of more than only PHP. So that's why, for example, the OWASP depth scan with then dependency track, that's the UI, or Trivy are two tools that can go further and can go broader than what you currently have only as, in a Composer. So what is one of the goals here? To also have your software bill of materials. You probably know the BOM, that's basically like your shopping list, if you would compare it, but then for software, what do I depend on? It's also something very important if you want to talk to other vendors, or for example, for the NIS2, it can be what dependencies do we have in the applications that you, as a supplier, give to your clients. For example, electricity company will want to have that list. They want to have what is the software that you use to be able to serve the product to us. That's it's a very realistic question that they already ask or will ask. So that's the Composer one. That's the 1 second, I forgot the name. The dependency track is this one. Yeah. So this like more the graphical way can be useful for other people that not per se like CLIs, but that you see very well like how. 1 second, I'm doing it wrong. There we go. That you can see how good are we doing and what specific versions are we using and how are we. All these tools, like also here, have a CLI and then the SaaS component that you basically can use for having those UIs. And then, so we are moving down the chain at this point. You go to the level of container image scanning, because at this point we're only talking about the code or the application that you touch as a developer. Very cool. But some of your dependencies are not per se what you even think about. It can be your browser, like for example, specifically for container images, there is software in there that could be a threat. There could be the vulnerability in one of your operating system dependencies. And that's what the container image scanning does. It basically can scan your Docker images for known vulnerabilities on the OS level or even in the language. So depending on the tool, it can also basically scan your dependencies, your PHP dependencies, and so on and so on. So it's not only your code. So the same Trivy can be used here. You also can use Gripe in combination with Sift, because when you combine the two, you can have your container image scanning and your SBOM functionality in one ecosystem. That's the same company that built those two tools or supports them. So yeah. So we are on that level, and then we can even go one level. Sorry, that's UI. So basically, if you remember the Composer one, it's basically the same thing. You have some CVEs, some severity, versions, and so on. And then here you see something that's not in your code base, but that's a dependency on your operating system. Very important. And you can see it if you use Docker Hub. Many of the images have that page there with that literally this list. It's there. You should do it also for your own images to be sure. Or basically, if you could say a practical example. There is a new Alpine version out. Let's bump it. Yeah, you need to know why you bump it, also for security reasons. So having such tool in place to be sure that you actually are not only updating the OS but also the dependencies that it has is really important. Okay, and another one here that's Gripe, which basically does the same thing. Other UI, same data basically. Other tool also, but the end thing is the same. And then we go even one level deeper to the infrastructure part. And this becomes interesting, because then you definitely see how this is definitely somebody else doing this, most likely, because that's infrastructure, but still it's the same shared responsibility at the end to deliver secure from A to Z. And that's what you can do with the infrastructure as code scanning. It basically checks if there is no misconfiguration in your configuration. For example, accidental security issues. Let's say you depend on a service account or a S3 bucket that has no security rules on it. It's an open bucket. That tool can detect that. That it checks, okay, but you're using a bucket that has no permissions, and one of the rules is saying that you should have it in place. Here the same thing. It's not only your code. It's also the part that goes beyond code. It's the configuration to run your code. For all the tools, I forgot to say it in the beginning, for all the tools that I show you, there is a possibility to have your own rules, to exclude rules, to expand rules, to ensure that you basically can follow the pattern that you want. What is for you important and what isn't. Also 2 tools here, Chekhov and Terrascan, which basically have a thing. I think this is one for the, yeah, indeed. So in this case, there was no storage encryption property set on that bucket. And that's one of the rules that you have at your company or for that project. There should be storage encryption enabled. I think I have another one. Yeah, yeah. This is also another one. So this is basically also on the 3 buckets and so on. So basically all the rules, basically the set of rules that you want to have in place. So yeah, those are one of the key concepts that you can have in place on that level. I've shown a lot of tools. You know for yourself what you already have in place in your company. So how do you select one of the tools? So basically, I have some questions here that you can take into your head on the decision making. But most important is what do you already have? What do you need to do to start working on this? Do you already have, for example, a GitLab Ultimate subscription? Yeah. Hopefully you're already using it because it costs some money. So you're probably already using that DES and the SAS capabilities. But what are you already using today? What do you need to use? And the need is basically what is the requirement that you have in your ESMS or for clients or to work on specific projects. For example, for DORA, it can be that you need to have the monthly report of your SBOM, that you need to provide the software list, of the dependency list. What budget do you want to spend on? Definitely, if you go to the SaaS offerings, yeah, that can cost, depending on the size of the company, of the number of projects or the number of repos, depending on what they want to scan, or Docker images, or sorry, container images. It depends. And how much time do you want to spend? Because you can literally start working for the rest of the year and have a very good pipeline, but I don't think that would be that would be approved. So. And then the last one is from how do you look at using open source software versus an enterprise stack that you may already have. So that's all the questions. Why are those important? Because, sorry, that's, okay, keep that in mind. I forgot I added this slide. How can you now incorporate this in that shift left principle? Where can you start? Because you want to start as early as possible. So think for yourself, what can we do with Git hooks? Because all of those tools are CLI tools, which means you can do whatever you want to trigger a command when something happens in a Git before the commit even. Yeah. You can have business logic there. But what you don't want to do is basically enforce everything on a Git commit, because somebody will do a commit in the front-end application where he has no control over the infrastructure as code part where there would be a vulnerability. Let's say that would be the case. That's not a good idea, but you have some concepts or some rules that you can enforce. The same with your IDE. Some IDEs has very good, because you have already that for tests. PHP Unit is very well integrated, for example, in PHP Storm. The same for other tools. You can run basically anything in there that hooks into the events that happen in your IDE. And also very important, CI templates. Every project most likely has some kind of CI definition. But for example, we at Dropsolid heavily use GitLab. You there have the concept that you can just import your CI flows, which means you can centrally manage them. And you have a way of control to ensuring that every change that you do happens automatically, that there's no change needed in the process. So that is basically a shift left on another level. That's ensuring that it happens automatically, instead of having an action that somebody needs to update the CI template to ensure that you follow the next rule that you want to adhere to. And that's really important, but that's something you need to define yourself. That's something that you need to think of. How can we do this? How can we ensure that we start implementing that security in our DevOps or development flow earlier on in an earlier stage? So let's now, now I want to zoom in on this page, or this slide basically. How can you now do it in practice? Because it's important to ensure that you can actually gain something in a short period of time. Why is that important? Because you want to ensure that basically that you can keep it realistic. Don't fix everything from day one. It doesn't make sense to, if you have a list of 100 errors in the beginning, think of it, fix the top amount, and make a ticket to assess if the other ones need to be fixed or you need to adjust the rule. Because both can be valid. It's not because the tool says it by the default set that you need to fix it. And ensure that you have internal advocacy. Ensure that people in the company, or in the team or company, that you can help them understand why this is important. because it's like I don't know the expression in English. I will skip it. But you basically need to ensure that you're not alone. Not only you as a person and not only your team, but ensure that your company understands that it's really important. And then the third one is actually very important, is automated. Ensure that it's automated. It will help you in ensuring that you can roll it out faster, that you can use it for more projects. If the only thing that you need is dropping a CI file in every project, and you have it, yeah, it's easy. And same for AI. Taking into account what I said in the 7 slide or 10 slides ago, take it into use AI to automate some of the stuff. Boilerplates, configuration sets, checklists, or like generating the baseline for your applications for the configuration of one of those tools. You can do that with AI. There is nothing in there that you cannot do. And improve gradually but continuously. Improve your sets of checks that you want to do. For example, implement one of the 4 options or the 5 options that I showed you. Start with one, very small, and improve it. For example, it can be as simple as doing something with Composer Audit. If you don't have it yet there, because Composer is definitely already in your pipeline. I hope you cannot use Drupal anymore without Composer. Yeah, technically you can, but let's not go there. But start using Composer Audit. Check your dependencies. Make some in your CI/CD tool. Make some event that happens when there is an issue. For example, fail your job, fail the pipeline. Could be a valid case. Maybe not. Maybe just give a warning, trigger a Slack message or something. Do something with it. And also ensure that you embrace a positive culture. What I mean with that is show to the rest of the company that you had a win on security level. You celebrate the win of winning a tender. You celebrate the win of going live at a site. Celebrate that you fixed some security issues. Why not? It's the only way of ensuring that people are aware that security is important on that level. So yeah, that was cool. The conclusion, that was the session itself. And I want to zoom in on, I want to conclude with repeating. So DevOps, it's not a role, it's not a function, it's a culture shift that you want to have in your company. There are a lot of compliance and regulation in Europe or in the world that you need to comply to or adhere to, and the SMS can help in ensuring that you can do that. There are many tools and many concepts that you can use already today, which you should start using, but ensure that you do it in a pragmatic way. Don't go wild on everything from day one. You will be drowned in work, so don't do that. So yeah, that was it. If there are any questions, please go ahead. I don't know if there are any questions. If not, no problem. All right, cool. Then thank you, and see you later.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. It's really nice to see that even on day 3, there are people still awake and interested, which is fantastic. I'm excited about that. I'm talking you through what happened with regard to privacy in Drupal CMS, which came as a surprise to all of us last year when Dries announced Drupal CMS. And then a couple of months later, there were tracks introduced, and they were looking for track leads for several topics. And I thought, there is privacy on the list. That's something I was dealing with for the last 10, 15 years already, mainly out of personal interest, because it is very important to myself, because I think it's important to our society. So a few words about myself. My name is Jürgen Haas. I'm based in south of Germany, co-founder of Lake Drops, one of the Drupal agencies. And I'm known as the maintainer of the ECA module. Lawrence is talking about it this afternoon. I can only recommend going to that one. And just recently, I also joined Sascha Eckenberger in maintaining the Gin admin theme. So you can imagine that times are pretty busy. Talking about being busy, we have some topics to go through, and this is what's between you and your lunch today. So I will be talking about the process, what was the objective, what is the landscape of privacy on this globe Earth. Like, it's not just a European perspective, of course. And the first thing I would like to get into is actually asking ourselves, does it really matter, right? Is it really important, and to understand why? And if we talk about privacy, we should make ourselves aware that we are talking about a fundamental right, which is the case for a lot of countries, if not most of the countries on this globe these days. And I think there is no reason to discuss whether fundamental rights are important or not. They are there, and we have to respect them. When it comes to data protection, it starts to become a little bit more weak, like why should we care? And we get into that in a minute as well, but we should really just be aware that we have to prevent real damages for people, and maybe even ourselves if we host a website that contains sensitive data. And being compliant is just an obligation to run a business. But it becomes fairly complicated because most countries have their own legislation. Some of them have none, but others have quite restrictive ones. And what makes things legally even more complicated is the fact that the provider of the content, I mean the site owner, is very often in a different country, i.e. in a different legislation than the visitor. And you can discuss to lawyers, talk to 2 of them, and you get 3 opinions, as you well know. Which legislation applies? Well, we will see. So, oh, sorry, that was too fast. No, that goes to the wrong slide, so I have to use the keyboard instead. Excuse me. Now, again, why does it matter? Does it matter to respect fundamental rights? And I'm seriously asking that question because there are so many people, if you talk to them in private life, they're going to tell you, like, that happens to me a lot, well, I have nothing to hide. You know, why should I care? And I often argued with them, and I stopped doing that. I just fall back to that position to say, look, it is my fundamental right that others have to respect my privacy. And I just don't want to argue about that. It is my right, and that's why it's important, and everybody has to respect that. If you think that you have nothing to hide, well, good luck with that. I struggle to convince them otherwise, to be honest. With regard to data protection, I mean, data that's stored on the server can be breached, can be stolen, can be sold, whatever. Why can that cause real damage? Well, everybody who ever experienced like identity theft, you probably can feel what it means and that this is a real serious problem. Fortunately, not all of us has gone through that, not even the majority of us. But just think about things like 23andMe. That breach is about 2 years old. Millions of people have their DNA data stored with that service. That breach was 2 years ago. That was already a big problem for a lot of people. They just filed for bankruptcy 4 weeks ago. Now the company and all the assets are for sale. Well, the assets are the DNA data of all of their customers. So that can cause real problems. And then we have legal obligations. And for a business, it's just a given that you have to respect them and try to be as compliant as possible. So what does it really matter for us as the Drupal community? So why do we have to think about it? Now, well, if we develop a product like Drupal CMS, are we as developers, as a community, as marketers of the services that we can provide, is it our role to discuss whether legislation makes sense or not? I would say the answer is simple. It's not our role. Not in the position where we are developing a product. Of course, we should care about legislation and what happens with our society, but not while we are developing technology and a product. What is our obligation, though, is we want to provide a product that allows our customers to follow the rules, to be compliant, to not break the law. And we should help them to make that as easy as possible. That is our objective, that's what we should be doing. And don't forget about what Dries mentions quite often, is he's talking about the open web. In particular, he has done that in Atlanta in his keynote at the very end, and he was saying like, the open web needs Drupal. The open web needs the Drupal community because we have always been that community that has taken that very serious, moves it forward and supports that a lot. And there is no open web without privacy, without respecting the choices of the users. I think that's really, really important. However, things are changing so quickly, and that makes developing something like privacy settings, data protection, compliance with law so difficult. They are changing a lot, and not only the law is changing, but also the websites themselves. So we cannot imagine to build something which is a static solution that is maybe compliant on day one, but what happens afterwards? Well, things are changing, and suddenly users rely on us telling them just install Drupal CMS and everything is fine. We should not try and produce that impression. So how can we possibly go about that? And there is a woman, she's very famous in writing books in that topic area. Unfortunately, she stopped doing that. She's now doing other things. You probably heard about Heather Burns before. And I found quite a few quotes from her where she brings stuff to the point, in my view, especially this one, and I want to read it out because it means a lot to me, and it meant a lot to our working group that I'm going to introduce in a minute. She says, a user's privacy protection should never be contingent on the presence or the absence of a privacy regulation which has formalized those principles into law. I think this is really, really key. It's not about that we analyze, for example, GDPR or any other legislation and identify what needs to be done. We need to inhale what privacy and data protection wants to achieve. And this should be the guidance for us to develop products and services. However, we talk about a global product, and in most minds, what does exist is regulation in Europe and in California. This is the public opinion. You know, everybody else just doesn't care. Europeans have taken it very far, and the California legislation kind of followed. But the rest of the world just doesn't care. Well, think again. This is a map from a law consultancy firm that acts globally, and this is a heat map on how strong privacy regulation is in different countries of the world. And there is almost no country left that has no kind of red color. So everybody has something. And there are more countries that have really heavy regulation that I was even surprised. I didn't know that myself. And I find that very, very promising. What we've also done is we've done some interviews with Drupal experts on all continents, including Australia and Japan and, well, we missed Africa, I have to admit, but we have spoken to many, many people. What their expectation is, what we should provide as privacy features for a product like Drupal CMS. And I was so surprised that all of them, without exclusion, told us that RFPs nowadays, even in New Zealand, require GDPR compliance, which is very interesting. So what we learned from that is there is much more attention being spent on that topic, which is promising and makes us really happy in a way. But still, how should we go about developing something for Drupal CMS? Should we build a GDPR version of that? Well, we Europeans, we really managed to screw it up, I think. You know, is there a bad reputation for a topic like this? Yes, and we have created it. If you talk to anybody outside of Europe, and of course also inside of Europe, everybody talks about cookie banners and everybody hates them, and everybody tries to avoid them wherever possible. There are now browser plugins, they just manage it for you that you're never going to see them ever again. Now, what's the achievement? Nothing, or probably even a negative effect, right? But the fact is, if you look into the regulation that came out of the EU, that's actually pretty good. Where we failed is in the implementation part of everything. I can remember back in 2018, it was literally like 2 months before the deadline, all the clients showed up and said, oh, we just learned we need to be GDPR compliant in May of this year. And everybody was running out of time, and the consultants, the law firms and so on, they just told everybody, you know what you should be doing is put a cookie banner on it, go with it, and everything is okay. Nobody understood what was going on. They just followed terrible legal advice. My personal opinion, but I think that's been shared by a lot of people. So Europe didn't get it right. What about California? Well, it's almost the same, just a little bit more beautiful, which is because of the landscape, I think. So should we probably build default config for every single country, region in the world? Because they are all so different? Well, that will never happen. Why? Because it's just impossible. We can't hardly build one that is, you know, just for GDPR. How should we ever be able to do that for multiple countries? So let's go back to what Heather has to say about that. And she starts with, one phrase you will never hear me use is GDPR compliant. And before I continue, I would like to emphasize that GDPR in this case is just a placeholder for any other legislation that you could just put into that place. And she continues, why would she never use GDPR compliance? Because it's impossible. So not even can we build anything for every single country in the world. We can't even build something which makes you GDPR compliant just in Europe. It's just not possible. And why? Because GDPR compliance is not a status. It's a system, it's a process, it's procedures. I would like to add, it's a mindset. She calls it a journey. You never get to a destination, you are always on the move. And that journey, for what it's worth, should be taken from a positive view of user protection and not from a negative view of compliance as a regulatory threat. So that's about the reason why we should be doing this. It's not because we have to be compliant. We should do it because we want to do something good for our users and to ourselves, because we are users as well, aren't we? So don't think in terms of becoming compliant. Think instead of how to work towards a healthy regard for user privacy using GDPR as a roadmap every day. And then the final one in blue, and while you are on that journey, be very careful when you talk to people that tell you, follow me and I get you to the state where you are compliant. It's not a state. So with that in mind, let's see what we would be doing for Drupal CMS. That was a journey for us, which was only 6 months. Very short period of time. We knew there is a deadline. Launch date January 15th, but there was a beta freeze in late November already, so time was pretty short. We had to act quick, and we had the objective to provide default settings for the main target audience, which are marketeers. And that allows them to become compliant with regulations. But it's very obvious there are conflicting interests. A marketeer doesn't really care about privacy and data protection because their job is different. Their job is to get the message out, make the site beautiful, put content into it. If they also had to care about all the settings for privacy, they would be just overwhelmed. They can't do that. Their company, or if they have a legal department, they probably care about it, but they have no idea how they should go about it. And then on the other hand, users who are eventually visiting the site, their main interest is to navigate the site. They would like to have a nice user experience, clicking around, and they don't want to be interrupted by stuff that gets into their way. So that is quite a challenge. And I give you some insights on how we went about all that. So we broke it down into 3 main blocks. That was step number 1. There is consent management, there is data protection, and there are ongoing audits. Why that? Because we are on a journey. We can't just do something out of the box. We have to make sure it's still okay tomorrow, next week, or next year. So let's go into the first building block now, consent management. And I'm talking about consent management deliberately. I'm avoiding the word cookie, because most people have cookies in mind. But it's not about cookies. There is so much more about it. It's about storing data in the user's browser. Whether that's a cookie or that's local storage, it doesn't matter. The legislation in most countries is about storing data in the user's browser. You can't do that without prior consent by the user. It's about storing data on the server. You shouldn't do that without your user consenting into that beforehand. Transferring data to third parties, like your the IP address of the visitor. You should not do that without prior consent. Creating profiles, selling data, and so on and so forth. So, as I said, that's not about cookies. The scope is much broader. And the question is, how many websites really require consent management? I don't have official numbers, but I have a gut feeling. It's maybe 5% at most. And how many of them get it right? I would say almost none of them. If you look at the example, that is a German news outlet, Spiegel, pretty popular. What they are doing with their consent management widget, I would call it a paywall. That's not consent management. They are asking you to pay with your data before you can consume their content. And this is just wrong. This is not how it should be. And our goal as a working group has been, we should be getting it right. We should show the world how it can be done such that it becomes a positive thing and not an annoyance, what it is so far for most people. So we got into that and got surprised as we found almost 50 different modules on Drupal.org that in some extent deal with consent management. That was amazing. So what we did was just define some criteria how we can possibly select the technology that is good for Drupal CMS moving forward. So there was things like maintenance status, is it compatible with Drupal 11? Does it use external libraries, and if any, are they open source? They should not require paid services, and ideally they should not require any user accounts with external services either. And applying all those criteria, we ended up with 3 potential candidates. And what happened next was it just dusted quickly. It just disappeared because for several reasons. The first one was true back then and is not true any longer. There is a special story about that. You and I, we had quite a journey, a hide and seek game for a couple of weeks. There is a very famous module called cookies. Back then, it used a non-open source JavaScript library to make everything work. We had to decide it's not possible for us to use that. This has changed since, but still back then we couldn't go with that one. Then we came across, well, everybody knew before anyways, the very famous EU cookie compliance module. They had, I think last year, something like 90,000 reported Drupal websites, which is one of the top 100 modules by that. But we spoke to the maintainers of it, and they gave us kind of the feeling like it's great, but before it gets more, widespread usage, even beyond those 90,000 users, they would like to rewrite the module. Because they started in a hurry back in 2018, and they built new stuff ever since into that module, and it just grew out of their hands a little bit. And they said, we do have a budget, we do have knowledge, we do have developers, we want to contribute, but we can't recommend using that module as it is for something like Drupal CMS. And that was for us a bit like, oh my goodness, what are we doing next, right? And to be perfectly honest, there has been a meeting in October last year where I thought, and the team on the call, I got the impression kind of similarly, we probably may have to give up. It's just not possible in that short period of time to deliver something. And then we got really, really lucky. At the end of that call, one of the participants, Kai from Toyo, that's a company, a Drupal agency in Constance, he mentioned that they use one of those modules that we excluded because of the fact they have paid services. And he said, well, we are using that for all our customer websites, and they do have a free version, which is completely open source, and there is no reason you have to go for the paid tier at any situation at all. So we said, okay, so we should probably give that another try and look a second time. And we found actually a hidden champion. There was somebody in Germany, they developed the integration between that Claro library and Drupal with a module. And they only had something like 250 installations back then, so really tiny, small. You are not quite sure how good it is. We looked at the website, and it's really, really open source. So it's BSD3 licensed. There's no reason you have to sign up for an account or one of the paid tiers. You can use it completely free. There is an organization, a non-profit organization behind the whole thing. So that was another indicator where we thought, yeah, that's quite set up nicely. So that moving forward, that has a chance to survive. And it just ticked all the boxes. All the requirements were fulfilled. The integration was great. The maintenance was fantastic. There was just one issue. We now have in Drupal landscape a Claro with C, and we have a Claro with K. But we thought we can probably live with that. And then something very special happened. And I would like to take a moment to talk about that as well, because I get goosebumps talking about it. It is something that makes me so proud to be part of the Drupal community, because I haven't seen things like that anywhere else before. I think we all together, we just understood how collaboration works, and we practice it every single day. And I think we are doing really great, and everybody should be so proud of it. So what happened? So we spoke to the maintainers of Claro, and we spoke to the maintainers of the other candidates that didn't actually make it. And what happened then was that they said, look, in terms of EU cookie compliance, instead of rewriting that module, why don't we just move over, help the Claro team to make that even better, and help them maintain that one? And on top of that, they even suggested, hey, we could actually provide a migration path for the 90,000 installations to make it easy for them to just switch over to the new, potentially de facto standard moving forward in the Drupal landscape. And I was really, really impressed. I would have never expected that to happen, and I was so grateful for everything. We already took the champagne out of the fridge and found on a Monday morning a comment on Slack from somebody that none of us knew before. And it was something like, well, that's disappointing news. And I thought, that sounds really frustrated. And I wanted to know more about it. So I pinged the guy and learned that he's an engineer with an industry company in New Zealand. They are using EU cookie compliance, and his manager tasked him to go into maintenance, and he spent 2 months prior to that date to do maintenance work contribution. And he learned that Monday morning, his time, that that was all throwaway work. And even worse, he had to explain to his manager why the last 2 months were paid for nothing, right? So I said, let's get on a call. So we started Zoom, got on a call, talked to each other, and I explained what was going on. And he said, you know what, this helps me a lot, because when I saw that, I thought everybody was watching me doing that maintenance work, and deliberately they knew that this was throwaway stuff, and nobody told me and stopped me doing that. Now I understand everything you have been doing happened within the last 3 working days. And he said, I'm so glad you told me that, and I have no problem whatsoever. I go to my manager, explain it to them, and ask for a budget to help Claro to get even better. And I said, okay, get the champagne out again. It's time for that now. It was a nice experience. I would like the whole world to know about that, because this is what makes Drupal special. This makes it really, really great. But I would also like to use the opportunity to give a shout out to Jan Kellerman. He is the CTO of Work21, an agency in the north of Germany. He's doing an amazing job with maintenance. Imagine, I called him mid-October and said, look, we envision to select your module for Drupal CMS. He knew nothing about it, and overnight he rescheduled everything, and whatever we came up with, he was ready to just build that into the module. Very, very responsive, great maintenance, fantastic stuff. Now, talking about team and teamwork, I would like to shout out to all the people who have been in that team for 6 months. There are 9 individuals from 6 Drupal agencies from 6 different countries. There is Dropsolid involved, there is Lake Drops, Rumsalt, Toyo, Work21, Akolono. Those are the 6 agencies that actually funded all of that work, and that was quite a lot, so thanks for all of them. So what we've done is setting up default configuration for Drupal CMS on a global scale in a way that it just works. It's invisible and non-intrusive. Nobody recognizes it. It automatically reconfigures itself if new services get installed on the website, so it grows with the site. The widgets only take action if really required, so it's not something like, well, there is a consent management widget that shows up every time. It only comes up if it's really needed and required. It comes with a privacy policy node, which is empty, and we had lots of discussions. Should we put some boilerplate text into that? And we've decided not to do that. Why? Because we have seen so many sites that if you deliver some default content, there are published sites 5 years down the road still just having that default content, and we have to increase the pressure to make people aware that they have to write up their own privacy policy. More to that in a minute, because we have a forthcoming solution for this as well. And there are no, really, literally none, third-party components that get loaded when somebody visits a Drupal CMS site. And I think this is really leading the crowd. You know, Drupal is doing it right, Drupal is doing it how it should be, and others will hopefully follow. It goes to the extent that we even got issues created where somebody was setting up a Drupal CMS site and their manager just phoned them and said, look, something is missing. There needs to be a widget or a banner or something. And explaining them, no, it's not needed. As long as there is no cookie being stored, why would you need consent management? Only if stuff is needed, then ask for consent, not the other way around. So this is how a fresh Drupal CMS site looks like. And yes, there is no widget, there is no banner, there is nothing getting in between the user and a nice experience. Until, as an example, somebody decides to upload or create a media entity for a remote hosted video on, for example, YouTube. And after that, the front page still almost looks exactly the same, with a small difference, which is a link in the footer. And if I zoom in, oh, it doesn't zoom in for you, that's a shame. Let me try that on the other screen. Yeah, there it goes. So that's a new link that appeared automatically, simply because Drupal CMS recognized there is now a video which is remote that requires the user to give consent to load that video because they can actually watch it. Now let's go back. And it's on the way to be compliant. I'm careful with that phrasing because I don't want to give the impression to anyone that we provide a legal guarantee that if they follow our advice that they are compliant. There is still a task to check them individually in their individual circumstances. Now the widget that comes up if you click on privacy settings is quite well organized. It's very easy to understand. Most people know stuff like that anyway, but it only shows up if the user is deliberately asking for it. How does the page look like where the video is being embedded until, well, while the user has not given consent yet? There is the thumbnail loaded of the video, and that's not coming from the remote server. That's available locally on the Drupal site, so there is no legal issue with that at all. And there is an overlay where the user can instantaneously give consent so that they can follow the video, and once they've given that, the video will be loaded and they can actually play the video in place. There is no page reload involved or anything. It should be nice for the users. Sounds like we got something right here. Thank you. But then the user suddenly decides to, because they visited Martin's session an hour ago and applied the events recipe, which comes with additional stuff that requires consent from the user. And they probably also applied the Google Analytics tool because they want to measure how users are using their site. Now with that, this is something where we had, well, I expected much more difficult discussions with the team that implemented analytics. But they bought into the idea that we said, look, it needs to be opt-in. So by default, you have analytics installed, but no tracking is happening. Which is a user ever going to freely giving consent to be tracked? I don't know. So we came up with a kind of a compromise and said, look, only if Google Analytics is installed, or a similar one like Pivik or Matomo or any of the others, then we show up the widget on the bottom right corner of the page, which gets into the eyes of the visitor more proactively, if that's the right phrase. Like, we really asked them deliberately, do you want to give consent to be tracked by Google Analytics? To be honest, I'm pretty sure this is not how it's going to be for a long time on websites. Marketeers will most likely argue that we have to have it, let's make it opt-out. Whether this is compliant with their legislation, we can't tell, we shouldn't judge. The default is as it is, and people can change it if they want to or if they have to. Now, if things like that, events, locations, Google Analytics, remote videos, the widget becomes more complex, but it's still usable by all the users, and this one collapses everything. You know, in Claro, services are grouped by purposes. There is tracking, there is remote content, there is technically required stuff. And by default, those purposes are collapsed. So you still see only 3 of them. And only if you are interested in detail, you can open the collapsed containers and see which services are underneath each of them. Talking about events and location stuff with mapping, here we have the same thing. Maps are not being loaded from the remote server. There is an overlay as well. User can provide consent, and the map is loaded and can be navigated. And moving on, Claro is really, really smart, I think. For instance, if the user has given consent last week for some of the services that have been available at that time, now they come back to the website, they would normally not see the widget on the bottom right corner because the consent has already been given and stored in their browser, assuming the cookie survives that long. But if in the meantime, the website owner installed a new service that wasn't there when the user gave consent last time, the user most likely wants to make another decision on that. And that's where Claro automatically pops up and says, since your last visit, there has been a new service. Please make your mind up and make a decision on whether you want to give consent for that one as well or not. And then last but not least, for that section, the AI chatbot, which is normally only available on admin pages out of the box in Drupal CMS. There, the same thing happens, that the chatbot is overlaid by the consent management widget. The user can give their consent and the chatbot changes immediately and they can shoot off and use it. And as I mentioned before, there is a lot of settings in Claro, and I think the Claro settings site is very well organized, and even more so, it's really well documented. And that leads me to the next topic, which is talking about documentation. The Claro team has done a great job, and that's the screenshot on the right, documenting the module itself, and not only explaining the features, but also the legal reasons behind it, why that feature is there and what it really does. But then we also have documentation which is Drupal CMS specific, and I would like to thank Amber Himes-Matz and Joe Schindler from Drupalize Me. They have done a great job in writing up all the stuff that we have developed and configured. It was like of some interviews between them and us, and I was so happy when I saw that documentation because it works so well. So what's next? We can see consent management has been completed, but there is a sub-item which is legal content. I mentioned the privacy policy node, which is empty by default. Who should actually be the one that provides content for that? Well, what I know for sure is it's not us. And if I say us, I mean us as a Drupal community, because we can't do that. We shouldn't even try. We are no legal experts, and we don't have the capacity to deliver that for each individual site and keep it up to date. We can leave it to the site owner, but that means that's probably inefficient because every single one is doing very similar stuff, asking for advice externally and then write up, hopefully, what is required. But there's a third option, which is there are service companies out there providing that as online services. So we are now in discussion with them, and there will be, and that's the issue number for the meta issue, like we are developing a legal content API in Drupal, which allows external services to intercommunicate with a website, finding out what services are installed, what is required for the privacy policy, and maybe other documents as well. And then automatically, depending upon where they are based, injecting the right content for that website. Of course, that will be a paid service, but we provide the technical infrastructure so that users of Drupal can reach out and find the right service provider who hopefully does it for them fully automatically and keeps the site up to date. Then the next topic will be data protection and then ongoing audits. So what about data protection? I have to hurry up a bit, running out of time. One of the 3 candidates for consent management was the so-called GDPR module. Some of you may know that one. It doesn't actually have anything about consent management. It only has interface to it. But what it does have is stuff like identifying data fields in Drupal that carry PII, personally identifiable information. And on top of that, they can then create reports on request for individual users who want to know what is stored about myself on a particular website. That is a feature in that module. And number 3 is then that a user can request, please delete everything you know about me, which if somebody goes to a Drupal site owner nowadays, most of them will probably struggle because they don't know how to do that. They would like to comply with that request, but there is no technical measure or means to actually do that. So our plan is to provide a suite of tools. And fortunately, we found the maintainer of that part in the GDPR module. He's called Jan Lötzer. He's from FreelyGIF, and he is happy with the idea to extract those features out of GDPR and make it a fresh, well-maintained suite of modules that will hopefully become part of Drupal CMS 2.0 later this year. And then last but not least, a reminder to Heather Burns. She's talking about it's a journey, not the destination, which means we need to help website owners to stay compliant. And how can we do that? I believe only by analyzing a website every now and then, maybe daily, maybe weekly, once a month, who knows, and give them a dashboard with information. What's the current status? Is there some identified risk somewhere? Together with recommendations on what they could do, how they should go about it, and where they can probably find additional information about the issue and how to deal with it. So that's the audit feature that we are going to plan later on. Skipping over that, that's what I already mentioned. So it's time to wrap up. Let's conclude. We are talking about fundamental rights. I just repeat that because I find it important. It's not just a technical feature, it's something that's really important. It's a permanent process. We are never there. We are always on a journey. It's always on a trip. However, we should learn from this exercise. Privacy and data protection doesn't have to get into your way to provide nice user experience. So far, that's not our experience on the web. But with Drupal, we are now able to sell that as a feature to clients. And I think this is so important. People have a lot to learn, and there is a lot of positive stuff that they can learn. And I hope we got that message across. Other stuff like data protection and ongoing audits will follow suit. So that's mainly it. Before we go into Q&A, I just have a collection of all the links that have been used on all of the slides. You don't have to remember them all, just use the Privacy Leuven 2025. The slides are online, you can just navigate them there, click on all the links, and you get to all the destinations. And there are two of them, the current activity, Legal Content API, and the PII module suite. This is where we are currently working on. And if anybody wants to join in, you are more than welcome. So now it's time for Q&A. I would like to thank my sponsors at that point as well, because I need them to allow me to do that work for the community. And I'm, of course, looking for more sponsors as well. So there are links for all of that. But for now, thanks for your interest, and I'll shoot off with all your questions.
Thank you so much for that talk. That is going to solve so many nightmares, I think, and headaches. I'm not at the point yet where I'm using Drupal CMS, certainly not for anything production. I see there is a module on Drupal.org that is Drupal 10 and 11 compatible. Is that actually the same module, or is it a different version? Will it give me the same functionality?
You may probably talk about the module called Claro. Where is it? Over there? No, that's about documentation. The module itself is somewhere over there. Here it is. There is the link to the Claro module. If that's the one you are referring to, yes, that's the module. You can install that on every Drupal site, but you can go even further than that. The beauty about recipes that have been used to build Drupal CMS can be applied on other Drupal sites as well. So you may probably want to find the Drupal CMS _privacy recipe, and you can apply that to your Drupal site so that you not only get the Claro module, but all the default settings that we came up with as well. And that can be used on any Drupal site. It's not limited to Drupal CMS. That's brilliant, thank you. And that will sort out the Google Consent Mode v2 issues, will it? As well, yes. Thank you so much. Yeah. Welcome.
At the moment, you show a screen when you want to try to watch a YouTube video, but YouTube has also a no cookie mode. Was there a discussion to go for the no cookie mode by default instead of like adding an intrusive pop-up? Because that's what we're doing at our own project. We just like block all the cookies for embedded videos. I'm not sure I fully understand. Yeah, you have like youtube.com, but you also have like youtube-nocookie.com, and it's the same video but with no cookies. So then you don't have the pop-up, then you don't have to like give consent and stuff like that. Okay. So it's way easier than... You are saying there is a way to embed videos without having the trouble with the cookies on YouTube. That is an option where we learned that there are not always stable connections for that, and YouTube is actually trying hard to make it impossible to use that. So this is a kind of a cat and mouse game. Yeah, but it's something YouTube has embedded inside their system. It's like the same URL from YouTube, from Google. Okay, so we may probably, with regard to YouTube videos, actually change or add a new option for that. That's perfectly possible to build that into the Claro module. Okay. There are other remote video services like Vimeo, for example, where that's probably not available. But yeah, things are changing all the time, so we are happy to append that into the default setting if possible. Okay. There is one over here.
For the legal content API, you talked about working with external service providers. I know at least one of them offers a referral fee. So is there a plan for capturing that referral fee and utilizing that somehow for either, I'll just stop and let you talk.
Okay, thank you. We are aware of that, but we are not that far into the project yet to having made our mind up on that, because we just learned from a few discussions the last couple of weeks that there are probably many dozens of service providers doing that, and there are very serious ones that raise concerns that if there is a list on Drupal.org that says, if you use that API, here is a list of potential service providers, they find that there is an unfair competition because there are service providers that offer that for $5 a month or something like that. And the quality they provide is really, really bad. Well, they are just not providing compliance or whatsoever. So the question to start with was, should we even recommend or have a list, forget about recommendation, should we even have a list of potential service providers or leave it to the users to find them themselves? Or should we come up with some criteria that they have to meet before they get on the list? I would prefer the second one, but I can see that this can be slippery slope as well. We make ourselves, well, there's a tax service for us, and if I say us, I believe that's probably a role for the DA, because they are providing the hosting service, the infrastructure and everything. And then on top of that, if there is a referral fee, I would really like to capture that, and I believe that should go into the DA then. Okay, we are over time. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy lunch and have a nice rest of Dev Days. Thank you.
Welcome to Experience Builder Behind the Scenes. I'm Wim. I'm acting as a tech lead for this project. It's the biggest, the scariest, the most ambitious, the most cutting-edge timeline-wise project I've ever worked on. But all I'm doing is really coordinating and trying to get architectural things right and making sure the foundations are solid. But it really is like just Balint and I who are standing here today, but it's a big team, more than 10 people working on it full time, as well as many contributors from outside the full-time team. And so, yeah, we're going to take you behind the scenes.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Balint. I've been making this joke that this is going to be the session about Experience Builder done by Wim and the other guy. So, and I'm the other guy. Hi.
All right. So let's dive right in. What you're seeing here is we're browsing a live website, and we're going into the top bar, clicking Edit, and we're in Experience Builder. That's a really short, super high-level version of it, but we're not just going into any particular page. It's a page entity, a landing page, a structured content-less piece of data. So it's a new content entity type that Experience Builder is adding specifically for unstructured content, specifically for landing pages. And I know that was a video, and we promised in the session description that it would be live demos, but we're choosing not to do that because we would be switching back and forth all the time and making you all nauseous, especially after lunch. So we're not doing that. But everything you are seeing in the videos is real. It's recorded, but it's real. And it's actually behind where things are at today. Because, for example, in the past week or so, we made the dragging and dropping experience much, much smoother than you can see in the videos. So even though it's recorded, it's nothing fake, it's all real.
So we are inside Experience Builder now in this part of the demo. And what you see here is a React app. So Experience Builder is built in React. It's fully rendered in the browser. If you haven't seen something like that, it looks like very basic HTML markup that the backend serves. And then there's a placeholder, a div, and that's where a React app is loaded, and it does everything. But on its own, it cannot really do everything. It still has to use all the power, all the ecosystem, all the infrastructure that is there in Drupal. So it does so via HTTP endpoints, and all those HTTP endpoints are implemented as Drupal controllers.
So, as Balint just said, the UI is powered by a Drupal backend. But we have one important principle that we're adhering to throughout the Experience Builder project code base, and that is essentially keep the front end simple, or alternatively phrased, keep the Drupalisms on the server side. So we're keeping the front end intentionally very simple and free from Drupal-specific concepts so that we can iterate faster on the front end and not encumber it with all of the entire ecosystem concepts on the client side. So what you're seeing here is essentially a big canvas with panels on the right and the left-hand side, and you see two viewports, a desktop one and a mobile one. As you can have imagined, those are the things that are rendered server-side. Those are kind of like Drupal pages that you've all seen before. And yes, they're just two iframes. And yes, we thought about front-end performance because it's a single request that powers both of those previews. And as you may not have guessed, because that was a clear thing, but what you might not have guessed is that on the right-hand side, that very much looks like an entity form, right? But here's the thing, it's not actually rendered on the server.
But it is also somewhat rendered on the server. So when that form gets shown on the page, what happens is that we actually ask the Drupal backend to tell us how that form is going to look like, because we still want to rely on the existing ecosystem. We still want to use Form API. We still want to use the field widgets. So everything you see here starts their life in the rendering process on the server, aka Drupal. So Drupal is going to give us something like this. This is some special markup that we are using. This is part of a new theme engine that is introduced in Experience Builder. This markup somewhat resembles Twig templates. You might notice there's something there that looks like the form element HTML.twig. There's something there that looks like the form element label, and finally an input. And we are mapping these to React components. So the semi-coupled theme engine, again, will give us markup that we are able to turn into React components on the front end. And why did we need to do this? Why didn't we just create an iframe just like we did it for the preview? It's because we wanted to make sure we can do real-time preview updates. So whatever you enter in the form that we are generating here will be shown and reflected in the preview real-time. We also have an undo-redo stack. So we are able to track atomic changes to the entire entity form that you are making, and we are able to undo, redo those changes and also auto-save them as you are making those changes. So that's why we needed this new system.
So you all are engineers, or I'm guessing since you're attending Drupal Dev Days. And I bet you're thinking currently of the most complex content entity form that you've ever worked on. And you're probably wondering, that thing that's not going to work in there. I hear confirmation of my hypothesis. But we got you. We are determined to definitely make sure by 1.0 that every core form element and every core field widget is going to work. Now, I say core specifically, not contrib and custom. We are committed to making that work as well. Made it work from day one. May require either no changes in many cases or minimal changes in some cases. But we are, of course, taking that into consideration. But we are starting with just the core field widgets, because what you see on the right-hand side there, it currently still looks very simple. It's only for the very few form elements that exist for a page content entity, which, as I mentioned before, has no structured data, it just has a title, some SEO stuff, a URL alias, and the component tree. So there's little in there, intentionally so, because it's supposed to be about that landing page. But at DrupalCon a month ago, in that content entity form, if we were to look at something else in a page content entity, then very few things were working, relatively speaking, and we're currently well on our way to 100% of the core field widgets working in the content entity form with end-to-end task coverage. So we're thinking about all of those crazy edge cases that we know exist out there. So I was talking about the page content entity type, and I just mentioned that there is a component tree there. That's the thing that you were seeing on the screen. Now we've been talking a lot about that rectangle on the right-hand side, if you will. It's the page data tab, which represents the entity form of the entity you're currently looking at. So let's shift to another rectangle on the screen. A landing page, that's supposed to be a kind of one-off thing where every landing page might look completely different, but even landing pages, of course, need to have some consistency between them. Typically, I would think about site-wide navigation. Every page, no matter whether it's a landing page or something else, needs some site-wide navigation. And so Drupal has a well-established mechanism for that I think probably everyone in the room has used, and that is theme regions, the block module, block plugins that are provided by the block module or other modules, and the block placement UI. Show of hands who's used the block placement UI, admin structure block. Really, not everyone? I'm surprised. Okay, but now keep your hands in the air and now drop them, unless, well, okay, that's not double negation. Hands up in the air if you like using the block placement UI. Okay, yeah, there we go. So that's the purpose, or that's the reason I'm talking about this. So Experience Builder allows you to say, for this particular theme, we're going to make Experience Builder take over theme regions. And that's why there is a page region config entity thing up there. And so the idea is that then you choose to opt in for a particular theme. You choose which regions you want to make editable inside of Experience Builder, because part of the problem with the block placement UI is that it surfaces every single theme region. That can be very easily very overwhelming, especially when a site chooses to not actually use some of those theme regions. So we allow that decision to be made up front. And maybe some of you noticed on the left-hand side that there were some green pieces of text that said header, content, and footer. those are the different regions appearing inside of Experience Builder. So basically, what that means is we're going to offer a much better experience to populate those theme regions. We're not going to make you use the block placement UI. We still are going to allow you to use those block plugins you had before. And actually, if you had blocks placed into theme regions before, we're going to bring those over into Experience Builder automatically. The difference is, though, that whereas the block module and the way that it allows you to populate each region, that was a list of block plugins. And so it's a sequence of things. And that is not the case anymore in Experience Builder. In Experience Builder, everything is a component tree, including everything inside of a region. So what that means is the thing that you're seeing up there in that rectangle, like I think every one of you is probably thinking, well, that's a menu block, styled in a particular way. But actually, in Experience Builder, like just looking at this visually, you wouldn't be able to say that with certainty. It could just as well be a 6-column component in which there is first a Drupal image, then there's 4 hard-coded links, and then there is a call to action kind of thing. There is no way to tell because it could be a tree of components. You can assemble whatever you like in each region. And so it's component trees that really are important here, even though visually you can't really tell. Let's move on to a different rectangle on the screen, the one below the site-wide navigation. Well, this is actually the content region, and on the left-hand side, it's kind of obscured right now, but you can see that it says, or the content region is uncollapsed, so in the layers panel you can see the different components. And so the content region is kind of special. In the past, the content region was just like any other region, and with the block placement UI, you could place whatever the hell you wanted in there. We're choosing to make that simpler. We're choosing to not let you put anything in the content region. What we're doing is we're just exposing whatever the controller on a specific route is returning. That appears in the content region, the main content block from before. And that's it. You cannot customize it further. That means that for a content author, it's much more consistent, much more predictable what is in there. The content that they're going to, that they're editing, it appears in the content region. And currently, like you can see that it says XB field. So I'm currently looking at a page content entity. And so what really is happening is I'm seeing the XB field entity, nothing else. The component tree contained inside of an XB field is what is being visualized there. That's the case for when you're looking at an individual content entity. And now I'm going to give you a peek behind a future curtain, because it's called behind the scenes, but it's kind of a future scene because it doesn't really exist yet. But we're currently working on, and the number of pieces of infrastructure have landed, for bringing content templates into Experience Builder. What that is you're going to be able to specify what the component tree is going to be, what every product or every article or every blog post, whatever the content type might be, is going to end up using. The difference is that instead of assigning specific values to it, you're going to map structured data into it. So you're going to use this same familiar at some point, I promise, user experience. You're going to map structured data into pieces of the component tree. And then you're going to be able to see, as you navigate to different pages or different products, see the structured data of those pieces of content appear in there. So the reason I'm giving you that peek behind the curtain is we are thinking ahead with every piece of UI that we're building of the future things to come. Now, I mentioned the word component tree a number of times. What is that? Well, a component tree is really the fundamental concept that everything around Experience Builder is built upon, and that what the user interface is allowing to create. Because in the end, assembling all of those single directory components and blocks and other kinds of components together in one cohesive visual whole, like it needs to be stored somewhere, and it needs to have some data structure. That's what we call a component tree. A component tree, without going into full detail, if you want a full detail, go check out the data model.md file in the docs directory. But it consists of 2 parts, a tree and inputs. The tree part contains the structure that defines which exact combinations of components you're using and how you're combining them and putting them in one another or adjacent to one another. So it's purely structure. And then inputs defines what the inputs are for each individual component in that tree. For a block, that could be the settings for a block. For an SEC, it would be values for the individual props. And in the future, it could be other things. What is crucial here is that component trees are kind of complex on the server side. But as I mentioned before, we're going to keep the Drupalism on the server side and keeping the front end simple. So that's what we're doing here. The client doesn't have any inkling of an idea what it takes to render such a component. That's the server side concern. The client only has to think about what the different components are that are available, what kind of inputs they need, whether they have slots or not, whether you can stack them on one another. And so the client can remain simple and can have a simple experience. So component trees, they contain components. And where do those come from? Well, we talked about a number of components already, and in Experience Builder, and this is the other really crucial thing, everything is a component. Blocks, we know that that's a thing, we know that that exists, but as far as Experience Builder is concerned, that's a term that doesn't ever appear. It doesn't exist at all. Because everything is supposed to be components so that it's mental model-wise very simple to combine the different components together. And where do components come from? Well, that's where component sources come in. And on the screen you see the three that we currently have listed. Blocks, block plugins are made available as components. Single directory components, that's one that you probably all know as well. And then there's a third that Experience Builder adds, kind of like single directory components, but entirely in browser code components. And so essentially component sources allow bringing in any kind of visible unit, if you will, that allows you to compose them together into something bigger. And so it's really a powerful abstraction that allows many future things to be added in the future. Currently we're restricted to these three, but in the future it will be possible to add more component sources. And an obvious one is because I think many of you have sites powered by Layout Builder, show of hands. Okay, and paragraphs? Okay, yeah, see, so all of you who raised your hands at least once, you've got a need for an upgrade path or a migration path. And so this is a piece of the infrastructure that will help you go from what you have today into Experience Builder. And we're intending to do it in a way that you're not going to have to go through a very painful and complex, probably, migration, but instead allow you to upgrade into Experience Builder. And lots of details to be determined. Like this is talking about it in the abstract. We don't have concrete code for this yet. But you can imagine that, for example, for Layout Builder is powered by layout plugins. Layout plugins can just be another component source so that it allows you to transition that existing tree of things into Experience Builder. So lots of details to be determined still. Now I talked about blocks in specific, so I'm going to show you the fact that Experience Builder has different libraries of components, and dynamic components is exactly where blocks appear. Dynamic because they contain logic. I just dragged in a views block, and note that I didn't see the word block anywhere. The block settings appear on the right-hand side. I changed the number of items per page, and it updated.
And now I'm supposed to talk about single directory components. I'm a bit nervous because one of the people who created SDC is here. Pierre just walked in at the beginning of the session, so no pressure, huh? So I'm actually not sure how much details we need to go in here, because SDCs, they have been around for 2 years. So who here has does use SDCs? Okay, so not everyone. So the concept here is, so zoom out a bit of the word component that we have heard before. It's a bit of an overused term in software engineering. But single directory components is Drupal's answer to component-driven front-end architecture. It's a system that allows you to place some files in, well, you guessed, a single directory, and then it, as a component, gets exposed to your theming system, your render arrays, and other systems, in this case, Experience Builder. And the two most important files, I have an example up here. This is a simple card component. There is a component.yaml file that contains metadata about my component. And there is a twig file that controls the output of my component. And the most important parts of the component metadata are props and slots. In this case, I have props for allowing this card to receive a title. When I say receive, it's an input. It can receive it from a render array. It can receive it from another twig template, or in our case, you will see in Experience Builder from a component props form. So We also have a date for this simple card component that it can receive. And you can see how I mapped these metadata parts to different parts of the Twig template where we make use of them. And I also have a variant prop here that is really just changing a CSS class in the Twig template. Because of course you can also couple this with a CSS file and a JavaScript file, and that is a single directory component. But there is another very important part of SDCs, and that is a slot. You can also define slots. In this case, I want my simple card components to be able to receive its content in a slot, meaning that you can place other SDCs in it, or some other rendered content in your template in any other way. This is how we achieve composability. And just to give you a visual example of how this simple card component looks like, in Experience Builder, you just drag it onto the page, and then you can enter a title for it, which was a prop that I showed you before. You can select a date to be presented, which I also showed you before, and you can select a variant, which is controlling that CSS class, which is controlling the color of this very simple card component that I have.
So you saw in the video that form on the right-hand side. We're going to take a look at that. Before we were talking about the content entity form, that bigger form on the right-hand side, and Balint explained how that is using the semi-coupled theme engine, and the same is true here. Now the question is, how did we even get to a form in the first place? Because the SDC only defined metadata in that YAML file. It defined props and slots, and I'm only going to dig into props here. But how did we go from that metadata in the YAML file to that form on the right-hand side? Well, that's where the concept of prop shape matching comes in. So an SDC can contain any number of props, and in the example that Balint gave, there's 3. The first one is just title, and it has a title. It has a type, and the title and type together are kind of what hints towards what an appropriate widget would be. Like it's a string, so you want a string field type and a string field widget, and you need a label for that field widget. In this case, that's like not very original, title. So title appears inside the field widget on the right-hand side. And the example value, so you can see that there is one example. It's called cart title. The first example for something is automatically used as a default. Maybe you spotted that in the video. When Balint dragged the component onto the canvas, it first showed cart title. And so all that metadata is pretty good use, if you will, but it's not quite that simple, because type string is very broad, but not every string is the same as another string. A string could be a URL, it could be a date, it could be freeform, it could be some obscure ISO standard, no matter what it is. In this case, it's constrained by that format. It's date, so it should use a date field type and a date widget. I pressed the wrong button. And the third prop is variance, and here it's constrained by that enum. That enum lists an enumeration of possible values. And so each of those describes something about the kinds of inputs that are acceptable versus not, but we need to translate that to field types and widgets, because that's the other promise of Experience Builder, that we're trying to bring the entire ecosystem along and making it relevant still, and making sure that any investments, any work you've done on making awesome field widgets still is usable inside of Experience Builder. And so that's what's going on here. We're trying to distill from the JSON schema in an SEC metadata file from each of those props and those sub-JSON schemas, because this is looking at just the JSON schema for the variant prop. We're normalizing that and standardizing it and distilling it down to the essence, and that's what we call a prop shape. The shape of the prop regardless of irrelevant details, if you will. And so in the example of a type string and an enum, what we end up doing is we try to find the corresponding field type. In this case, it would be string list or list string, and then a widget that works for that field type, and ta-da, that's how we arrive at the thing on the right-hand side, a drop-down that lists the 2 possible values of the enum. Now, this is the simple, superficial explanation, if you will, because this actually goes further. Under the hood, and this is not visible anywhere yet in the Experience Builder UI today, but I mentioned content templates before. And for content templates, we need to make sure that we actually match against actual data that actually exists already. So we need to match against field instances, meaning base fields, bundle fields, configurable fields on individual content entity types and bundles of content entity types to find the things that actually match that shape. And that is also prop shape matching. So it's really not just given some kind of shape, selecting a field type and then generating it. It's also finding existing instances to offer those to be put into and present using an SEC. So what you can imagine probably is that not every single shape is going to be supported or not supported out of the gate. All of the primitive types are covered, very common ones like URLs and string enums, like surprisingly common, or maybe not surprisingly, in SECs it's very common to see those. What isn't yet supported is type array, which kind of is JSON schema speak for multi-value things, so multiple strings or multiple integers, that kind of thing. Object support is not there, but that kind of like is going to be a tricky, somewhat open question, because with JSON schema you can define insanely complicated, super deep object shapes. Does it really make sense to offer corresponding field widgets on the right-hand side? Probably not. But so prop shape matching is what is powering all of this, and the most common additional shapes, if you will, that are somewhat more complex are also explicitly supported. Image is perhaps the most notable one. It can be matched against both an image field and image widgets, or media library, or I should say entity reference fields to a media entity constrained to just images. That is working as well. But so there's different choices you could make, because maybe you on your site don't want to use media library, or maybe you don't want to use a date widget or Drupal core's default date widget. Maybe you want to use a different date widget. It is possible to choose to override the choices that Experience Builder makes by default. So given that prop shapes, like not every prop shape maybe has a corresponding field type or widget, how do we make sure that only the components that we can actually make work well in Experience Builder appear for the content author to use and the site builder? Well, that's where the concept of requirements for component sources come in. Because, for example, if we didn't have a title for a given prop, how would we generate a sensible label for the field widgets? Like, that would be impossible. And for each prop in an SEC that is marked as required, that means that the SEC absolutely, or declares at least, that it needs it in order for it to be able to render at all. If there isn't an initial value, then how could Experience Builder generate a preview, which you maybe saw when Valent was hovering over the left-hand side and like looking at what each component looks like? That preview, it needs the necessary inputs for that preview to be generated. And so depending on the component source and the characteristics of the component source, different requirements may be imposed. And for SECs, these are two of the most prominent examples. So your SECs that you're writing today, they will work in Experience Builder, assuming that you maybe add a little bit metadata to allow Experience Builder to generate a decent authoring experience. But yeah, generally, any work you do today with an SEC either requires no additional work to make them appear in Experience Builder, or a little bit of metadata additions. And so, I was talking about component sources before, and I was just talking about requirements. So the question is, where can you find all your components? Well, under Appearance Components, you find the list of components that Experience Builder discovers automatically that are available, that are meeting the requirements. And then under the Disabled Components tab, you'll find, in this case, a much longer list of components that do not meet the requirements. So for example, for block plugins, we require that the settings for a block plugin are fully validatable, because how else can Experience Builder be confident about the data it's storing for a block? And the thing that is kind of in the middle of the screen there with a long piece of text, that's Experience Builder saying, sorry, this is a complex shape that I do not have a match for. So it precisely tells you what is and what isn't supported and why, so that you can act on it.
So the one thing we didn't cover about this sample card component that I showed you before is the slot and how that looks on the UI. So that is what I am talking about, and just a recap of how that was in the metadata file. And so Experience Builder presents that with that light blue rectangle, and you are able to drag other components into that slot. So that is what I meant by composability, or by embedding arbitrary content in your slot. And in this case, I just pulled in a paragraph component, provided by the Starshot demo design system, and I just configured the props of that component, how that should appear inside of that slot.
Now, you may want to sometimes be kind of happy with something you build and not want to recreate it all. So here is an example of something that is quite complex, like a fairly deep component tree, if you will. And this subset I want to be able to reuse. And what I can do then is I can right-click it and create a section out of it. A section is kind of a reusable piece that you can reapply anywhere you like. And so under the hood, that is another config entity, the pattern config entity. And really all it contains is a name and a component tree. And it allows you to reuse that anywhere. So here you can see dragging in that same subtree into some other place and have it be ready to use and look exactly the same and be customizable again, because it's not tied back to the original. So it's kind of like recipes in the sense that you apply it and then there is no further connection. It's a starting point, an insertable starting point.
So we've introduced the component sources, and we have covered two so far. So we covered blocks and SDCs, and it is time to JavaScript. And so the third component source was written on the screen when Wim was explaining how all that works as in-browser code components. They are written in JavaScript. So that is a very new way of creating front-end components in Drupal. And before we jump into that, here is my simple card component again on the left, written in Twig. And on the right, you see how it would look like as if it was implemented in React. So I just wanted to show you that quick comparison, just to give you an idea of how that looks. And of course, in case of SDCs, we all know how to create those. You create those files in a single directory, but they are in your file system, and they are meant to be created by developers. And we might be changing that a bit with JavaScript components. Of course, the target audience is still mostly developers, but maybe some other people would like to play with JavaScript code, which these days you can easily get from LLMs. And so we took a different approach with JavaScript components. We implemented them in the browser, meaning that the primary way is for you to use an in-browser code editor that is embedded in Experience Builder. And here's a demo for how that looks. So you can start by creating a new component, and I just named it Simple Card, and I am now pasting that React code that I just showed you on a previous slide. There is some global CSS that I can define with some CSS variables, and there's CSS written specifically for this component. And then I get a live preview in the browser. So this is done using WebAssembly. We are actually compiling React code in the browser using WebAssembly. There's a live preview there. And what you see now is the UI for you to create something like the component.yaml file. So you can define your props. You can define what is required. You can define the enum options, for example, here. And you can set the example values. Example values, we mentioned that they are very important for Experience Builder because we need to know how to render your component from the get-go. And of course, you can also define slots. And here, because it's arbitrary content in the code editor, you can just enter any HTML and get a preview of how that looks. Now I wanted to show you a bit more complex example. Here I'm just adding a container just as a preparation for something that's coming. And this is a pricing table component that I created. And here you will see that I am going to the global CSS, and I'm going to change that to become Tailwind CSS config. So Tailwind CSS is supported in Experience Builder in the in-browser code editor for code components. And for Tailwind CSS version 4, the configuration format is CSS variables. So we just reuse the global CSS as our theme directive for Tailwind and change that. And here you see a highly interactive component that users can use. And I defined a lot of props which will become available for customizing this pricing table to your needs. And once you're done, you just add it to your components, which means it shows up in your library and it is ready to be used right away in the browser. You didn't have to do anything else, and you can just drag it on to your content. And here you can see I exposed a slot for its heading area, and I just dragged in another component for its heading. That component is from the Starshot demo design system. It's the heading component, and I'm just defining its props here. And then I will finally get a preview of it. And my favorite detail here is that, so that component, the pricing table, was implemented in React in the browser. I just dragged it on, and then I used an SDC in one of its slots. So we just mixed and matched React and SDC twig from Drupal. So to recap everything about code components, currently we support Preact, and we alias React to Preact. So what that means is Preact is a lightweight drop-in replacement of React. That's a nice frame of reference for it. It's 3 kilobytes in total. It doesn't contain all the advanced features of React that you probably don't need for these types of components, like the shadow DOM and many other features in React. So we just render everything using Preact's compatibility layer in case we have to, if someone is importing a package from React, so we're able to alias that. So I was able to tell you it's React, it's kind of sort of true, and it will just work through Preact's compatibility layer. And the way we made that happen on the front end is we used code from a framework called Astro. Astro has this concept of Astro Islands, and it has code to hydrate those components in your browser. So we use this Astro Island hydration technique to get these components onto your page. We create the necessary files for the hydration, we create the necessary markup, and everything ends up in your browser that way. But because we rely on Astro, Astro is famous of being able to handle many frameworks. We will be able to add support for other frameworks as well. Because of course, the minute we introduced this in React, people started asking, but can you do Vue? Can you do Svelte and others? And the answer is yes, in the future, this is all possible. So the architecture allows it. So CSS support. We did add Tailwind CSS version 4. I mentioned that. That's happening in the browser, the entire Tailwind compilation. And no, it's not using the Tailwind CDN version, the Play version. This is actual proper Tailwind compilation in the browser, which means that your markup is getting explored by Tailwind, and we only generate the classes that you need there. But besides Tailwind, which of course is optional, you don't have to use it. If you write regular CSS, we still do some transpiling of that CSS to make life easier for you. So there is auto prefixing built in, and you can also use more modern syntax, and we syntax lower it for browser compatibility. So CSS support is already there. There is some work left to do in case you give this a try today. The way we process the global CSS when it comes to the Tailwind configuration is a bit suboptimal, so we're working on that. I just wanted to highlight that here. If you see some CSS duplication, that's because there's still some work left to do, but there's an issue for that on Drupal.org, and there's a clear path to achieving that. And I haven't mentioned imports. So what do I mean by imports? In Twig terminology, this would be the equivalent of Twig embed, meaning that, let's say I have a hero component that I implemented in React, and I want to pull in another component, import another component that I also implemented in React, maybe a button component, and I want to make that as part of my hero component without using a slot, because that's how I would like to author it as the component author. Then we are talking about first-party imports in this case, and we have just made really good progress this week on it. First-party imports are coming, so you will be able to import other code components inside your code components, and we have plans for making third-party imports happen, potentially via CDNs, things like esm.sh, using direct URL imports. You would be able to import packages from NPM, Or maybe in the future, we will allow modules to ship their own dependencies, their own packages, which they want the code components to import. So there are plans to make all of that happen. But maybe one of the most interesting parts for the developer audience is, okay, but what if you don't want to use the in-browser code editor because you just want to use your own development environment and you want to write your components in whatever JS framework you want, and you want to make sure that you bundle it, you compile it, you take care of everything, but you want to be able to use it in Experience Builder. So there is a CLI tool coming very soon that will allow you to import these components into your Drupal instance, because in Drupal, they actually exist as config entities. So with this CLI tool, you will be able to create the config entities, to expose them to Experience Builder, and then you can work with them from that on. So another concept I wanted to talk to you about is how to extend the UI of Experience Builder. So we have a very experimental API to do that, to change how things work within Experience Builder, to add to the UI, to work with the content that you currently have. And I think it's telling that you need to enable an XB_dev mode module to make that available. And then there is a test extension that is really just a demonstration of what is possible when you enable that. And I have a short demo of that. So once you enable the XB_dev mode module, you get this extensions widget appearing. And then an extension can be open, can provide UI to be presented in this model. And really this demo extension, what it does, it has access to your layout, so the content that's currently laid out on your page, and it is able to focus one of those items or delete them, add to them, do all sorts of things. So this is all demonstrated by this module. And the way we made this happen is really exposing a very low-level API, exposing an API that the XB React app itself uses. So if you're familiar with React, you might have heard of the library called Redux. So Redux is a state management solution for React, and state management is a fancy word of describing data that lives in your browser, that describes how your UI is supposed to present content, present data currently. So for example, the user makes some choices in your app, selects a tab, selects a component. We store all of these in the Redux store. And Redux has this state where other apps, including the Experience Builder app, can subscribe to and get access to that data. So this way you get access to what's currently visible in your content, which component is being currently selected. You can update its inputs. You can do all sorts of actions. And really the high-level overview of Redux is that you have everything stored in this state, and you can dispatch actions. So the actions are also available to you. An action would be, for example, add this component to the layout. And then within the Redux store, we have reducers, which again is a fancy word for pure functions that can just deal with an action payload and mutate the state. And all of this is probably not going to be that important in the long-term future, because we will expose more purpose-made, more targeted APIs to do things with Experience Builder. But this is where we started, because we already wanted to explore how extensions can be built, or what extensions even wants to do with Experience Builder. You might have seen in the Dries note, there is already an AI extension. Jamie made a video about it. An AI extension for generating code for an in-browser code component. So that was done using this API. So again, this is very experimental. It's not a stable API. It is going to change, but it is there if you want to give it a try. And with that, we are ready for a recap.
Yep. So the concepts that we covered are essentially covered by these 8 squares. but I'm going to go over them to like connect things a little bit more for you. So the page content entity type is a new content entity type with no structured data. It actually is impossible to add new fields to it, and intentionally so, because it's supposed to be used only for landing pages. So only title, URL, alias, some SEO stuff, and a component tree. Entity forms. They're still the same, but they're rendered completely differently to allow for that undo integration and so on that Balint covered. Global regions. It's the term that we use in Experience Builder's UI, but it's really just theme regions, but restricted to those that you opt into, that you want to expose. And a global region stores its data in a page region config entity, and that's a first kind of component tree. Actually, the very first one was on the page entity type. There too is a component tree. The page entity type actually uses an XB field for storing that component tree. So the XB field type is the only way to store a component tree inside of content. Everything else is component trees stored in config. We have multiple types of component sources, and SDCs are the most prominent one there, but blocks is another example. But in order to make SDCs and in-browser code components actually have an authoring experience, meaning widgets to get stuff in there, to put data into the props, we have the concept of prop shape matching. What you've seen today is the use of kind of conjured out of thin air fields that are stored in that component tree. But in the future, once we have content templates, which is not on there, but it's coming, that will actually store just kind of descriptions that say it's supposed to come from this field or even this value in the field of that content entity type. So prop matching, prop shape matching, is how we allow you to not have to worry about it as a front developer while creating SDCs and in-browser code components. Now, a bunch of times I've mentioned config entities, and page regions are one of them. Patterns are another. That's the sections concept in the UI. But there's also JavaScript components, and that's actually the thing underneath in-browser code components. That's how they can exist, how they can be stored. And crucial is how they can be shared. Because that's a thing that is not on these slides and not mentioned anywhere else before. But remember that listing where you could see all of the enabled components and the disabled components? Every enabled component actually also has a config entity. It's a component config entity. And that's the way that we are able to track whether all of the dependencies of that, for example, SDC-powered SDC-powered components actually still exist. So ensuring that the module providing the SDC, the module providing the field type for the first prop, the module providing the widget for the second prop, like making sure that all of those things are actually present. That is tracked through config dependencies, so that when you deploy, say, a content template and a page region that depend on various kinds of components, whether block or SDC, and they themselves and use field types and widgets, that all of those things are actually present when you deploy to a new site. So that's how we guarantee robustness, and we use config validation to ensure it really all is well connected and correct. In-browser code components allow you to make changes, significant visual changes on a site without code deployments, and offer a much smoother developer experience from some points of view, depending on what your use case is. And then the super experimental thing that Balint mentioned, extensions. Lots of work to be done there. But so there's lots of concepts, but there's also lots of concepts that you still recognize. We're just recombining them in a different way to offer a better user experience. So I think it's pretty clear that I'm more on the back-end side of things and Balint more on the front-end side of things. So we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have now for a little while longer, or come find us in the contrib room later today. Thank you. Anybody wants to ask some questions except Gabor? Or Gabor has a ton of questions, it seems.
So this looks great. I want to start using it yesterday. How can I get onto Experience Builder? How can I move my site to Experience Builder?
You can play with it, but you cannot start using it yet unless you really like losing data and lots of PC breaks. So you got to be patient while we're working our asses off to make this an actual full, stable reality.
There is an initiative for migration, migrating from layout builder and paragraphs. It's led by Kristen Paul. She is very happy to hear about any ideas regarding DX, UX, of how to make this happen. And until then, the best way to play with Experience Builder is via a GitHub repository, which we should have linked on one of the slides, but we didn't. So I will send it into the Dev Days channel, if that works.
Hey, this was fun. I was excited to see this entity fields being rendered as these sort of, in the theme, as these custom elements. But really curious, how are you saving the data back? Is that through a custom API? Or how do you get the entity data saved on the back end?
So that actually is still using the entity form controller under the hood. So it's really executing for the content entity form. It really is using all of the same form API stuff and all of that same logic, because re-implementing all of that would not be possible to like make automatically work.
Oh wow, okay, so you're just like posting form data.
Yeah,
yes,
for the content entity form, it is that simple. Like we discovered some scary things in Form API along the way, but
really,
yeah, really, it required only a few core committers to figure out how to actually make it work, and it was Lee who figured out the last bit of it 2 days ago.
Hi, this is amazing. Like, actually, like, just to the whole team, like, you've done a fantastic amount of work in such a short period of time, so just congratulations to everybody on this. Yeah. Okay, praise is over, now I have a real question. No, it's just, I just wondered, so if I understand it correctly, with the is it templates? What did you call them? Content templates?
Content templates.
Is that essentially, is it correct to say those essentially replace display modes and how you arrange fields? Is that the intention with those then?
You will not be arranging fields in the sense that arranging fields was a sequential kind of thing, where you choose a field formatter and you arrange them in a sequence. Here you would be mapping them into the component tree. But yes, it will be the successor to entity view displays. Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Work. I'm going to second. This is absolutely fantastic. So the one thing I was wondering, what is this going to mean for the cache API, like the relations there, and what is this going to mean for performance? If everything's already rendered client side, or a lot of it?
So are you asking about the rendering inside Experience Builder UI, or are you asking about
no, not
visiting
necessarily,
as an
right?
end
Like
user?
so things are rendered on the client side, but what is this going to mean for performance, right? Like what's the cache API inside Drupal still going to play a role in anything here?
It's a good question, and actually just I think last week I discovered / realized, or actually I think it was Catch, core committer Catch, who pointed out that the way that we are currently rendering block plugins through the Experience Builder block component source, that we're actually kind of forgetting about the whole lazy builder work that we did many years ago to allow for deferred rendering and big pipe integration and so on. So we need to fix that. But that is not going to go away. Like, that's still going to work as is. But if you're referring to in-browser code components, then yes, those are going to be rendered client-side. But that doesn't mean that cacheability concerns are completely gone.
Right, so not all of these components are going to be rendered client-side. That's
not all, no.
Okay.
Yeah, block plugin, we didn't figure out how to make PHP run on the client side, magically executing block plugins.
Right, so you're going to like get cached snippets specifically for React, and then
it's essentially going to be the same, I think, as any other rendering. It's just going to be an Astro Island, and
yes, correct. It's really just a markup of that Astro Island that we will cache in Drupal. But I should say that we are aware of the potential downsides of rendering those components only in the browser, and because of that, we have plans to introduce fundamental support for server-side rendering, which means, because it's JavaScript, it means that it will require Node.js on the server. It's going to be optional, but the fundamental support to achieve that will be there, and that will address the concerns of rendering in the browser, because then we can just pre-render everything on the server.
Right there.
But so the cacheability aspects, those, like, everything can
Still
continue to work the same way. It's just that some like when you have a lot of JavaScript components, in-browser code components, when they are going to be served with some markup, but then also some JavaScript that gets loaded, and then the actual rendering happens client-side, yes. But that doesn't mean that there's more server load necessarily, because that's still, like, much of it can be coming from page cache and dynamic page cache.
Good. Well, that answered my question. Thanks.
Cool. Everything has been answered, apparently. Or so we need to wrap, I think?
Yeah, we got the sign to wrap. Thank you, everyone. And one important thing, we are planning to release the stable version of this by Vienna. So that is also going to be an answer to Gabor's question.
Yes. And like the people raising their hands that were still having questions, come find us in the contrib room after this. Thanks.
We talk about the past and, of course, about the present and the near future. I'm Pierre. I'm part of the USU team. We are a team specialized in implementing design system into Drupal. I provide services with my company, Beiris.eu, and I am the co-maintainer of Edison Core. Oh, no. I'm the provisional front-end framework manager in Core since yesterday. I need to get used of this new title. Let's go back in the past. What is display building? Display building is something we are always talking about, but we are only we don't define it so much. We are building a display, so we are generating markup. Markup displayed on the page, but also on the header with assets. It's declarative. If you are generating your markup from the code, from the PHP, you are not doing display building. You need to make it declarative and to store it in content or in config. And because it's declarative, it's editable from admin UI. We have tools called the display builders, which allow us, the agencies, the site builders, but also our clients, the contributors, to edit and to build the display. 2006, 20 years ago, was the big year. First, because it was my first year for Drupal, and maybe I sparkled something here. And it was also the year of CCK 1.0. Who was there in 2006? Okay, so for content display, CCK was a big thing. It was the ancestor of the field API, and it came with field formatter. That means for the first time in Drupal, you can do content modeling, and you can also do the display building or your content model. It was crazy. Then we got CCK2 and Display Suite. Display Suite was the big things too, because it was bringing blocks and layout to the content display, as we already have with Layout Builder. Then we got Panelizer, which is doing kind of display suite and field groups. Content display was pretty full featured in 2012. And those tools are still familiar today. Page display, same year. It was a crazy year. Panels. Panels arrive, and panels make us build not content display, but full page display. It was very powerful. It was already using layout and blocks. And then we got also the same year views, which was doing a query builder. You can build your query. I want to pull this data with this filter, with this sort, but also this query display builder. You can build how the results are looking. And then we got views 2, views 3, and better expose filter for better building of the expose form. So you see, 20 years ago, we got already very interesting tool. And 15 years ago, it was already very powerful. And then, core, okay, and first, this guy, you know this guy? This guy is Earl Miles, Merlin of Chaos, and among the 6 tools I'm talking about, he did 3 of them. He was legendary. Then core was catching up. In Drupal 7, we got the feed API with entity display and field formatters, so the same as CCK. Then Drupal 8, view modes as config entities. You can have as many view modes as you want. And then layout API, and to finish, layout builder, the king, our best display builder we have in core. and it was 2018, 7 years ago. For page display, Drupal 8, again, we got block as config entities. It's still, it's something, it's better than before. And we got views in core, also the king of query building, and it was like that 10 years ago, and it's still like that 10 years ago. So you see, core is catching up, and it was a success, but not a full success. Because we don't need those country modules anymore, but there is so much things we are not able to do in core yet. For example, layout builder is limited to 2 levels, section and block. For page display, we can put many times the same block, but we are still defining the region in info.yaml and page.html.twig. And for query display, no much happened. We still have the same experience as 10 years before. So today, our Drupal core experience is not as good for the display building than for the other layers. Content modeling is great. You can do so much before going custom and making your own field type, for example. For business rules, like roles, workflow, permission, everything, you can go very far away without starting your custom code. It's crazy. But for display building, you need custom code very quickly. Why are we in this state now? Because we got the dark age. Something happened in 2018. We went from Drupal 8.5, where Layout Builder was introduced, and it was like the start of something great. We will build on it. To 1 year later, Drupal 8.7, introduction of JSON API. I love JSON API. JSON API is great. Entity share is made with the JSON API. You can publish business data to a lot of platforms with JSON API. There is nothing wrong. But JSON API arrived at a very specific moment. It arrived during the headless craze, the headless hype. So there was a time when headless was unavoidable. You see AI, all those talks about AI, at this time, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, it was headless everywhere. And everybody was talking about that as being the future of Drupal. And it was a bit oversold, according to me. First, we were sold flexibility and decoupling. You see, if you do headless, you will be able to decouple your application between UI logic and business logic. Is it true? All the headless projects I've seen have business logic into the browser's part, into the JavaScript code. Why? Because we are sending to the browser business data. JSON API is sending business objects, articles, product, fields, user. So we need to process this business data with business logic into the browser. Okay, so it doesn't work. But it will be easier to maintain, no? We have 2 apps with, you can make one app evolving without breaking the other one because we have like an interface and a contract. Yes, but the front-end app became very, very heavy. Maybe I'm unlucky. Maybe I got only bad experiences. But it was very, very heavy, very, very bloated. So when you are running on the browser, which is not app engine, when you are running those big code base with heavy UI and business logic, it can be hard to maintain. And then, improve performance. Really? Did we really get better performance with headless? Did you notice that every time a website is very slow, it's headless rendering? So I'm not saying headless rendering is always bad for all your projects. I just said maybe we did too much. Maybe it's not magical. Maybe it was not the one-size-fits-all solution. And all this complaint is not the reason why I'm complaining. And I'm not complaining again about bad SEO and accessibility. I'm complaining about that. Client-side rendering, headless rendering is not display buildable. Because the state of your display doesn't match the state of your config on Drupal side. Because presentation is handled in a separate app with its own logic, and the communication is going only one way. This headless app is pulling business data from Drupal, but Drupal doesn't know about what is displayed on this app. So how can we build something from Drupal with headless? This is the main explanation of this dark edge, and the country space tried to provide, but it was a mess. Layout Builder got an ecosystem. Great, we need an ecosystem. We need to extend it. But it was a big ecosystem. When you have an ecosystem that big, with incompatible modules inside, that may say something about the core module you are extending. Maybe Layout Builder didn't get enough love after 2018. For page display, we got Page Manager with a very good module, but very slow to be ready. It took nearly 10 years to get usable. And on query display, we got nothing. 2 years ago, I was in Ghent. I was with you. It was wonderful. I think my best Drupal event. And I was so excited to share about design system and display building. And I got the feeling I was a bit the alien. Everybody was still crazy about LS rendering. And I got some trouble to catch your attention at the coffee break. But the dark age is over. I feel it. And I feel it for 3 reasons. First, there is something on the web happening now. It's been 2 years, server-side rendering is cool again. And there is so many articles, and sometimes very deep and interesting articles, about doing server-side rendering again, and getting better performance, better maintainability, better compatibility, better everything by moving back the rendering to server side, including in the JavaScript world. My second reason to think we are out of the dark age is the hype inside the Drupal community. In Lille, in DrupalCon Lille, in 2023, Dries announced a new initiative, Next Generation Page Builder, and it was the first time in years people get excited about page building, and it was very refreshing. The goal was to improve Layout Builder after a few years of letting down. And 6 months later, he did this very powerful blog post about renaming Next Generation Page Builder to Expert Builder and focusing on expanding Layout Builder. So finally, we got Expert Builder, you know. It was different than what was announced, but still, it's not about the product, it's about the hype. Because Dries is a hype machine, you know. And there was something else, a third reason. Core is changing, slowly, but surely. Core is getting ready for promoting display building again? Because Core is slowly adopting design system API. Who knows about design system? Okay, nearly everybody. That's cool. So, design system or design implementation were described and organized with component and different tools and artifacts. And because it's organized, we can manage them. For example, Bootstrap 5, Google Material, Daisy UI, IBM Carbon, Lightning from Salesforce, or design system. And this organization, this structure into the design implementation, make it useful for Drupal and other tools. Because system loves systems, so content management system are comfortable with design systems. And you know that API, because we got first SDC 2 years ago, SDC for UI components and layouts. So it's what we say. We say to the front developer, you need to add a YAML file to describe the UI you are implementing, the component you are implementing, and we will be able to use it. 6 months ago, we got the icon API. Very nice API with describing an icon pack, not icon one by one, an icon pack. So the front developer, when he's adding icon to the design implementation, he can add description of the packs, and then Drupal can load the description and work with it. And now we are working on a new API for style utilities and helpers, and we hope to land it in a few months. And more will come. It's the 3 biggest, but more will come. So now, part of the web design system, we are soon to have half of the design system we can implement in Drupal. So are we good? Is it the end of the dark age? We have a server-side renaissance. The web is ready again. Dries is hyping up display building with its initiative. And Core is adopting tools we need to do great display building. No, we are not. We are not. Because we have a gap here. If the front developer is adding the expecting YAML file for the design system definition, Drupal will load plugins. But the display builders in Drupal, they need other plugins. They are not leveraging components, icon pack, or styles. They are leveraging block, layout, and field formatters. So this gap needs to be filled. There is a team, UI Suite team, the best, who are filling the gap. Good. So it's already done in country space. UI pattern module is transforming component plugin into block, field formatter, view rows, view styles, and layout plugin. UI icon module is transforming icon packs plugins and each of the icons into field type, field formatter, CK editor 5, and so on and so on. And the UI styles module is transforming the styles plugins into not plugins, but alteration of plugin output for views, layout builder, CK editor 5, and paragraph behavior, for example. So here I can see my Bootstrap card and button used as layout and block into layout builder. A Daisy UI icon stored in a field and displayed by a field formatter. And some Bootstrap style utilities applied to part region of the layout builder. My text is red and is beautiful. So thanks to UI Suite, we know plug the two parts of Drupal core who don't talk with each other. The plugins we have from the design implementation and the plugins we have for the display builders. So, are we good this time? We already know server-side rendering is back, the hype is back, core is getting ready, and now we can plug everything together. Yes, we are good. Some people already do production projects with that successfully, but it's not enough. We need more. Because there is two issues on the current situation. First issue, it's complicated. From the design implementation into theming to the display building, we have many steps and we have many transformation, we have many check and too many plugin type. It's heavy. And the second issue we have, all the display builders, block layout, layout builder, manage display views, are very different from each other. They don't provide the same experience. And sometimes the experience is lacking. For example, if I want to build entity view display, I can use layouts, for example, for my article full page. But when I go to page layout, block layout, I'm only able to put the block in already set region, and I don't have access to the layout plugin. So they are different, they don't really match with each other. So we need a next generation of display builders plural. They need to be design system native, they need to leverage all those design system API from Drupal core, unified building experience, and with modern advanced features, because the dark age is over. Now we are ready to continue the work we started from 2006 to 2018 and to put some love into display building again. I guess you already know one of those display builders. It's Experience Builder. I will not tell you much about that because I guess most of you were already in the room 1 hour ago, and Wim and Balit Bruce did a great talk about this exciting tool. That's why I want to tell you about another one. Because us, UI Suite people, it's been 8 years we are working on a design system and display building. And those core API, they are inspired by our work or they come directly from our work. And until now, we were just saying, okay, we will convert the plugin and we will let Drupal tools do the display building. But why? Why we don't do the extra step? Why we are not building our own display builder, leveraging those plugin type directly? It seems crazy, but it's not crazy. Because when you think about a display builder, you think about UI. Oh, yeah, I need to drag, I need to drop, I need a contextual panel, I need interactive button, all the UI. And the UI and the UX are very important for such a tool, and a tool you expose to contributor, so it's very important. But it's the fun part. The hard part, the heavy part, is not the UI of the display builder. It's the lower layers. And this job was done. This was done many years ago. We have already a powerful and expressive data model, the component tree, to use the same word as Wim. We have a very wide and battle-tested data retrieval and normalization mechanism. We can take Drupal data from everywhere. We have a performant cache management. We are managing the context. The context is very tricky. It's like 20% of the UI pattern code base, the content management. Where I am, what can I do according to the Drupal context. We are also managing config dependency management to avoid any break into the building experience. And we have advanced design system features. So we are in a situation where this crazy stuff, those lower level stuff are done, and they are done the right way, and they work, and they are used by thousands of websites. So what we need to do is to do the fun stuff. New dynamic UI, a server-side state manager to plug the UI, and replacement. And among the replacements, there is a display builder I didn't talk about. It's entity form display. Yes, it's a display builder too. We are building the display of a form, and we will address it thanks to current work by Florent. He did a talk yesterday. It was wonderful. You want to see a demo? Yeah. We're starting 2 months ago, and this demo is already 1 month old. So, I can't do a full when I'm here. Okay. Let's try again. So, I have a component library on the left. I can filter and pick all my components. I can nest my component with a slot. I can filter anything. I can pick directly component variant. So I save a lot of click. I have blocks. Blocks or any Drupal renderable you can get. So we, according to the context, we pull all the available data. And our any renderable component or block have a contextual panel to set the props, set the settings, and also apply design system iteration. Here it's a context-free, so I don't have access to the to any Drupal entity, but I'm able to put some token anyway. We have a preview system directly using the render API, and everything is reactive and everything is live updated. It was fast, it was short, but you have to understand that all this is already working after only, at this time, I don't know, 20 days of work at this time. 20 days of work. And today, we are covering a lot. Sorry. It's not I don't know why I changed my slide. Let's go back. Today, we are covering a lot. We are covering entity view display override. We are covering page layout, the full page layout. That means we are totally replacing the block layout page. We are covering views. We are replacing the display builder of views. So your view are only query building. It's very refreshing. And soon, we will also cover entity form display. And we did all this demo in 20 days, and now we have way more, a lot of feature in only 50 days. Why are we so efficient? Because first, we are a small team of Drupal professionals. We are working for our client, and these tools are built from 8 years of experience, doing display building and design system for 8 years, every day. And we maintain the reference modules for design system implementation in Drupal Contrib. So we are very focused on the needs of the agencies. Also, as I told you, we have a mature engine. Mature doesn't mean old. For example, most of the code base is only 1 year old. But it's strong of 8 years of expertise. And all the performance issues, all the stability issues, all the features issues, they are already tested by thousands of websites. When we will introduce the display builder I show you, you will just get a new fancy UI, comfortable UI. Everything complicated, everything risky, your data, for example, is already under heavy test by thousands of websites because we use the UI pattern, UI styles, and UI skin engine. Also, we don't ask you to do any change to your code. All your custom code, PHP and SDC, will be compatible. We were very efficient to do that, also because we adopt a light, modern, and pragmatic approach. There was no JavaScript in the demo. There was no JavaScript. Everything was rendered by the renderer service of Drupal, but everything is updating live. Everything is snappy. You can do any change, it will be reported to all the interactive elements in 150 milliseconds. It's faster than you can see. Why? Because we have a very efficient code base, and we are using HTMX. That means everything is rendered on server side, and we are only sending the little snippet of HTML to be replaced. Also, we are using web components for our own UI in order to not bleed and to be compatible with so much existing design. All this is smaller than Layout Builder. That means if you install this module, when it will be available, the code base will be smaller than Layout Builder, but it will do 10 times more than Layout Builder. And it's just a normal module. We don't want to change everything. It's a normal module with where 80% of the logic are in a single plugin type. Plugin you can add, you can alter anything, you can extend anything. It's a small code base and a light overload. Okay. For example, this is our plugin attribute format. And it's an example of our config entity because you can build yourself your builder. And you can extend it. At the end, we want our builder to be built with our builder. It will be great. So we have a project page already. Today, we are not public. We are still in private repository because we are doing some refactoring. We will publish when we will be ready. And of course, all the development will happen on the Drupal issue queue. We will publish an alpha soon, so get ready. A beta 1 in June. It will be production ready for the people a bit adventurous. And we target 1.00 in September. If you want a longer demo, a more up-to-date demo, we can meet at contribution room. If you want to help us, you can also participate by sponsoring us. Today, we are very fast and very efficient because we prioritize that, but if some clients say, this is a big bag of money to do some billable work, we may be distracted. So to conclude, display builder is not new. Display building, let's not mix the two. Display building is not new. Display building is a part of the Drupal DNA. It's been 20 years we are doing that. That was a golden age. First it happened in Contrib. Then it happened in Core. It seems something stopped in 2018. And we are starting again. So the dark age. But we don't have to forget it's part of our project. And today, all this nice stuff happening, Experience Builder, Display Builder, and maybe other projects, maybe you want to start your own, are possible because of the new API into Drupal core. Design system is the secret sauce for this new generation of tools. Question?
Thanks, Pierre. I knew the speech because in the UI suite team too. About maybe not rolling, about the headless. Do you think this low-level APIs in core will also benefit from for people who still do headless?
I think so. My biggest complaint about headless, it's we are sending business data to the headless app, to the browser app, so the browser app needs to implement business logic. There is a side effect with those new design system API in core. It will allow us to simplify the render API and maybe the form API. There is a lot of opportunities here to take. And if we success simply cleaning the render and form API enough, we can reach a point when our form, our render tree, our render payload can be exposed as JSON data. So instead, with an API, instead of sending your entities, business entities, you are sending your render tree, and then your LS app will be able to transform this to this own format.
Can we see the views UI?
Yes. I know views is a surprising part here. So I have a slide. So this is a good old views admin UI. It's complicated, no? Who knows every part, every option of this page? Yeah, me? Okay, we are 10 people. But this page is way simpler if you divide in two different categories. In color is a display building. You can configure the page wrapper, the view wrapper, the view result, each of the view result. You can configure how your form, exposed form is displayed, or your pager is displayed. This is a display building. So all this can be replaced by a tool like the display builder I show you. If we do that, views will only be filter, sort, contextual filter, and relationship. And I'm dreaming about this very simplified page with only those 4 blocks. It's totally possible because our integration is already successful. So, other question? Ah, yes, there. Oh.
Yeah. First. No, I just was looking.
How is it different from Experience Builder? Can you just develop?
Of course. I was also ready for this question. Indeed, we look in competition because we are both addressing display building being modern, design system native, and unified experience. But we are also very different. Our display builder is really focused on covering the display building scope. We are targeting the display builders. We are targeting the agencies. And of course, we are also addressing the contributors because entity view display are available for contributors. But our goal is to go as far as we can as modernizing the display building experience. Experience Builder, they are targeting also a very ambitious scope, but it's more a vertical one. They are targeting personas. They want to address from the designer to the contributor, and they focus on entity view display. Page display, as maybe you see with Wim, they are building the region one by one instead of the full page. View display, I guess, is out of scope. Maybe I will be corrected on this one. And entity form display, I think, was not discussed. So they are doing their ambitious work. We are doing our ambition work. We have only this. We are competing only on this intersection, and moreover, we are collaborating a lot. We are both building experiences about the subject, and we are moving stuff to core. And there is a lot of very nice stuff happening in core now, thanks to the collaboration between UI Suite people and Experience Builder people. So at the end, it's a win-win situation. I hope the two tools will be successful, and I hope, because we are not targeting exactly the same audience, I hope the two tools will be used and sometimes in the same project, if they are compatible. Is it clear? I'm sure there is another question. No? Okay. Ah, yes.
Is there another question replying slide you want to show us?
No.
Have you anticipated another question?
No. I only prepared two of them because yes. But I can do it really quickly.
Hello. Yeah, hi. My question is more towards like contribution point of view, since Experience Builder is in the limelight, everybody knows about it, and there is a big resource available to push that moment forward. Mm-hmm. And so what's your, what help do you need for your project?
We need people to get involved mostly on the existing module. Because if I'm very confident telling all of you that this summer you will get this wonderful tool, and the promise, the stuff I'm hyping up will happen this summer, is because this new display builder is built on an existing ecosystem of 4 modules. So what we need people to use those 4 modules, to discover them, because every time someone is helping us on those modules by warning us about a performance issue, proposing a feature, fixing a bug, this is a benefit for the display builder. This display builder is very, very light. It's just an UI. So let's have the best engine possible. And it's already there. You can download it, you can make projects with it. Let's have the best engine possible, and the UI will benefit from it.
Yeah. Thanks.
And you are welcome. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. Echo, echo. Je fais comme Pascal. Automatize. Automatize. Let's go. Huh? I don't know. J'y vais? Ouais. Let's go. Okay. Thanks to be here. I'm glad to be here too, to speak about Twig compilation. So let's go. I'm Nicolas Perissel, Heika Mahmoud. I'm a PHP technologist since 20 years. Okay. And I'm actually CTO, PHP CTO at Equino. I'm like painting Warhammer. Maybe I think I'm not the alone man here to make this. I'm a big fan of Mario. And because we are in Belgium, I need to say I really like Gaston Lagaffe and the special character, La Mouette Rieuse. I don't know if you, maybe I'm not the only one too. So let's go. Just let me explain what is the act of compiling something. In computer science, compilation is a simple process to transform one language to another language. in fact, it can be complicated to make these things, but if we need to specialize this definition, it's already a good thing to know that we need to convert a high-low-level language to a high-level language, to a low-level language, sorry. Here are some examples. We have C, which is compiled to assembly. We have TypeScript, which is compiled to JavaScript. It's not really a compilation, it's a transpilation, but it's a subset of the compilation theory. It's not very important to know the difference between this type of compilation. And the last example is Twig, it's compiled to PHP. So, why it's very important to study the compilation of Twig? Here are written on the screen some good arguments, but for me, the better arguments I can say is to have a better understanding of the internals of our libraries that we use day to day to be a better developer. Because if we have a good knowledge on the internals, we can have maybe better idea to produce our code and to enhance our feature or enhance our coding. So I like Street Fighter 2, so let's go, let's fight with the compiling theory. Here is a very simple example, okay? It's a minimal code to bootstrap Twig. It's not so complicated. We need to have a loader to load some files. We need to have an environment, Twig environment, very important, to bootstrap Twig, in fact. After, we need to load some template, and we need to render it. This is not so complicated. And at the end, at the bottom of the screen, you have a very simple Twig template. So if is in Belgium, I display hello name from the Drupal Dev Days Leuven, else hello, only the name. Very simple, I think. So from this example, we will study the compilation pipeline process. So there is a lot of components that will be introduced during this talk. It's not a deep dive in each component, it's just a huge overview to give you some vocabulary or some insight about how it's working under the hood. We have the tokenization phase and the Lexer phase. We will study this after. We have the parser, semantic analyzer, a phase of optimization, and after the code generation. Okay? So, sometime I said AST. It's difficult for me to say that, so sometimes you will hear AST. If you said this, compile it to AST. Okay? Let's go. Let me introduce the first stage, the Lexer. The Lexer, it's a first step to the compilation process. And here, it's a very simple example on how to make this with Twig in PHP. The first things to do is to decompose the load method and the render method that was in the previous slides. And the first things to create is to call the tokenize method on the Twig environment to produce a token stream. There is a lot of keywords here. Let's deep dive inside. If we need to have just an overview of what is tokenize, it's a method to produce some token. Okay, we will deep dive just after. And one thing is very important with Twig is that the Twig environment provides all the method to extend the Twig environment with your own Twig environment or to use a dedicated object. That's why in the Twig environment, the tokenize method is a wrapper if you don't provide your custom Lexer to the Lexer provided by Twig library. Like I said, I speak just before on token. The Lexer's primarily responsibility is to transform the raw source PHP, the raw source code in Twig syntax into meaningful token. Just this. In fact, this action is called tokenization, and to go from the Twig template to the token stream just on the right, on the right, we just need to call the tokenize method. Okay, that's all. You just need to understand why it's exactly a token. It's not very important for this talk. But it's very important to understand because the lecture phase, tokenization phase, produce a token stream because the parser, the stage 2, need a token stream to enter in action. Here is the second line. On the previous line, we have Twig tokenize that will produce a token stream. Okay, we have some token. We don't know what is a token. It's not important for now. And when we are given the token stream to the parse method, we produce an AST node, abstract syntax tree. I not deep dive the abstract syntax tree here. It's not the aim of this talk, okay? But you produce something else, something other. Like for the tokenize method, the Twig environment provides the parse method, okay, which is a wrapper on the parser parse method. And if you want, you can provide your own parser. Here is what is the transformation from the token stream to AST. It's hard to represent an AST. It's a tree, it's a graph of different nodes. Okay, it's not so easy to produce this on the screen, so it's another representation. It's like a directory, subdirectory, and voilà. It's just for representation. It's not formal representation. So we have the token stream, and we convert it to something we called abstract syntax tree, which is composed with nodes, different nodes. Just one second, please. So we have the lecture, we produce the token stream, we give the token stream created through the lecture to the main parser, and the parser contains an iterator, a stream token iterator. It's very important to know that the parser will iterate on each token previously created and delegates the creation of the node on different parser type. With Twig, we have two types of parser. We have some semantics parser, if structure parser, if token parser, for token parser, block token parser, and so on. And we have expression parser. When you need to evaluate something, we have the functions, Twig filters, or operators, something like that. And everything can be we can add easily some dedicated parser through the token parser registry provided by the Twig environment. And the aim is really to produce an AST node. Okay? Donc, AST with nodes. Here is an example on how it's converted during the process. We have an easy template, okay, very simple example of Twig templates. Second, when we call the Twig tokenize method, we have a token stream, which is represented on the second image. And after, we iterate on each token to produce an AST with dedicated node. So when you read the token stream, you can easily map what is going under the hood. We have the first token is block start, okay, it's the beginning of the Twig template, and after we have token name if. And the parser detects that if need to be delegated to the if parser, and the if parser produce a dedicated node that will be compiled into PHP. That's the process. It's important just to understand what it's the chain, the pipeline of how Twig is compiling. After we have a phase. It's not really a phase, it's a part of the parser phase, in fact, with Twig. But I think in other language or in other things, it can be a different component that will go in action to this. We have the semantic analysis phase. The semantic analysis phase is just a guard to check and verify that everything is okay during the parsing and during the lexing and parsing phase, tokenization and parsing phase. if you use some filter or function that does not exist in your Twig environment, you will throw a Twig error. You have a problem inside your Twig. Okay. I not deep dive each of these things. It's just for information. After we have the semantic analysis, we have an optimization phase. The optimization phase is very important because less nodes you have inside your IST, faster you will be compiled. The aim is to optimize the number of nodes. Okay? So actually, you can how Twig handles the optimization phase. It produces a node visitor through the visitor pattern to enter into each node of the AST and clean some code that will be cleanable. Okay? So the node visitor interface provided by Twig gives the capabilities to create dedicated visitor to handle this type of task. Here you have some optimization provided by Twig core. Constant expression folding. If you are writing something like that in Twig, it's not really necessary. So we can simplify this easily. We have expression simplification, such as this ternary. It's not useful. Node merging can be a little more complicated. Dead code elimination. We have loop optimization. I don't slide about it, but it's very interesting. It's very interesting to deep dive into this subject. We have partial validation. We have IST catching. We have something like that. Donc optimization phase is very important. Yeah. And when we have everything clean and production ready, we can give the IST to a dedicated class. PHP class, which is a compiler. Something like that. We have the token stream. Token stream is given to the parse method, which is produce IST, which is composed by nodes, and the IST is given to the compiler to produce PHP file. Here is the logic under the compilation with Twig, but not only with Twig. The general concept. Okay. Like for the tokenization phase, for the parsing phase, you can provide a dedicated compiler if you want to override the compiler provided by Twig. Always from the Twig environment. Here is a more complicated example on why and how it's produced. It's not important to read the class, the template class on the right. That's not the aim. It's not very important. But when you are writing Twig code like that, in fact, after all the phase, we have a PHP file that will be displayed through the doDisplay method to your website, in your website or to your user. Okay? Something very interesting is a module node. The module node is the first node of the tree, of the IST. It's a root node. And in the context of the Twig architecture, the module node is the output of the parser phase and the input to the compiler phase. It's like a bridge. It's very important to know that. And when we call when this node is produced, a compile method is called on it, and this compile method called compile template, and you can see that methods are chaining to produce the PHP file. Okay? Under the hood, everything is like that. Just to have an overview and to have maybe a better understanding on how it's produced through the compiler, we have here a simple representation of an IST. And when we iterate on each token, or each node, sorry, we compile this node into something interpretable, into PHP. And when you see the compile method, you can see that you evaluate the node, you make some logic, and you are writing through the write method of the compiler, PHP, in fact, line by line. Okay? we have really a conversion. So I think, I hope everything is clear for now. So just a deep dive with a practical example. And I think a picture is worth 1,000 words, okay? So we need to add some grammar, some structure to Twig, and we need to create a switch statement into Twig. So now you have all the keys to create something like that into your project, okay? You can create more Twig grammar structure instead of using function or filter or something like that. No. So we need to add a switch with case and with the default case. Okay. The first things to do is to write a parser. I don't deep dive into how we write this parser, but you need to create a dedicated parser for your new grammar that you will be add into Twig environment. Okay. We are writing the parser. After, we need to create some node, okay? Each node is mapped to a language structure, a switch, and switch, case, or something like that. And we are converting the different things into the node into PHP. And we are writing switch statement, we are writing default, case, and so on. After that, we just need to register our new parser into the Twig environment. There are two methods to register your token, your new switch token parser. The first thing is if it's just a token parser, you can use the add token parser method on the Twig environment. And if your extension provides more things to Twig, such as function, such as a lot of parsing, new parsing things, a lot of structure or filters, whatever, test, whatever, you can use Twig add extension with your new extension, and you have a complete system with that. But in my case, I just want to add switch grammar structure, so I just need to add token parser on the Twig environment. After, I need to create some test. That's not unit test. That's not really a functional test or integration test. It's just a way to verify that my new parser is working fine. So for this, I can create a function like this. It can be a method or from an object, whatever. We are creating a dedicated loader, okay, with the array loader. You define a key as a template with a file get content on the Twig template. We instantiate a Twig environment, and after we add our token parser. And with that, you can load your key from the loader, and you can iterate and render the template and check if display is correct or not. Okay? It seems maybe complicated, but in fact it's not so complicated to create something like that. It gives you really the power of enhanced Twig instead of create some hack or delegate it to PHP through function or filter. Okay, it can be a very good solution if you want to give to your team or another developer, I don't know, more power and more knowledge on to produce templates. So my advice is very simple. There is no lot of resources about to know. There is a lot of resources on the internet, that's not the problem. But for me, just two links. You can read the documentation from Twig and dedicately the internals, which is very explained, better than me, I think. There is a lot of things very interesting inside this documentation, and you can read the depot, the repository from GitHub. Okay, that's my advice. If you want to enhance your Twig practice, just read that and have fun with this type of things. That's all. I don't know if you have some question. No question? Perfect. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for joining this session. So I will be talking about how we are using AI to discover undisclosed security fixes in open source packages, and also what this has to do with shadow patching. But first, let me introduce myself. So I'm Fred. I'm based in Ghent. I'm a software engineer at Aikido Security, which is a security platform where I work on AI autofixes. So what I do is our scanners detect vulnerabilities in your source code, for example, path traversal, SQL injections, these kind of issues. And we will use an LLM to create a fix automatically to patch these issues. So what you get is you get a diff, you get a PR, and then you review it, you merge it, and then all of your security problems are solved. More or less. Aikido is a security platform, just a small plug. We have about 10 different types of scanners. So we start at the cloud layer where we can scan your VMs for software packages, for operating system level packages. Then we have container scanning, we have software scanning, so at the source code level, and everything in between. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. So in order to talk about how we are detecting these unknown vulnerabilities in open source packages, we need to talk a bit about the open source supply chain. So probably a lot of you know how this works, but I'm just going to take a few minutes to walk through this. If we look at the amount of code that we have in our projects, about 85% of that code comes from open source projects. So we actually don't know a lot about that code. We know the interfaces, we know the APIs, we know how to use it. But what happens under the hood, we don't really know about these things. Many of these libraries, modules, packages have vulnerabilities. And there are people out there that are actively looking for these type of vulnerabilities, are trying to use open source projects to get into your application. So if you have your application, you depend on a bunch of packages, but in turn, those packages depend on a different set of packages, and those depend on yet another set of packages. As we know, this can go very deep, especially in the JavaScript ecosystem. They are very package inclusive, let's say. On the other hand, we rely on a lot of third-party services. So we have all kinds of services that we are using. Now, this picture looks quite clear, right? So we have some dependencies, we have some services that we use, but that's because this picture doesn't really tell the truth. In reality, it's more like this. So we have a lot of interdependent packages. There's a lot of services that are called through packages that depend on each other and stuff like that. So it becomes very difficult to actually know what is all of the stuff that's included in your project and how does it interact with each other. So let's say we have this small library here that has a vulnerability. Let's say this is called log4j, for example, and this is dependency of dependency. So we don't even know that we're including this. So this means that the other packages that included this, they are also vulnerable. And then our application, in turn, also becomes vulnerable. So in order to know what to do, we need to be able to get a good sense of what's going on in our application. And this is quite a difficult problem. This problem is also shown in this XKCD comic that most of you probably already know. So this is all modern digital infrastructure, and it all depends on this one small block there. That is a random project created by a person in Nebraska who is maintaining it since 2003, and who's not getting paid for it, who's not getting any credit. Nobody knows, but still the whole internet relies on that package working. There's quite a few examples of these. One of these packages, for example, well, the XKCD is called the Nebraska problem. One of these packages, for example, could be XCutils or log4j, well, it's a bit bigger, or UA parser. So I'll go into the example of the UA parser. So UA stands for user agent. This is a JavaScript library that allows you to parse the user agent. It will pull out which browser are using, which operating system, stuff like that. So it's a simple library, but it's not something that you would like to rewrite, of course. If you look at the signals on this page, you can see it has 10 million weekly downloads, 56 versions. There's 1,000 libraries that depend on this. This looks like a reliable library to use, right? It's very often used. There are companies called Google, Meta that also use this, so I can probably also include this in my project. Although we can see that there's one author, so we have Faisal Salman, who is maintaining this project. So it's one person that is actually responsible for this. So this package looks good, we're using it. Now this happens. On a Russian hacking forum, this gets posted. It is a message that says, for sale, an account on NPM. You can buy the login and the password. It has access to a repository that has 7 million downloads every week, and 1,000 packages depend on it. And then the ad is really good. It says, well, it's suitable for distributing installations, miners, or a botnet. So buyers took notice, and somebody bought these credentials. What happened next? Over the course of 6 months, they started releasing new versions. They added new features to the library. They maintained it. The library still looked healthy, so it was being updated with legitimate updates. So the hackers really did a good job trying to increase the sense of well, the library being good. And so, but then after 6 months, they said, okay, enough of this. Everybody's using our thing. They're updating it regularly because we're putting out a lot of new features. Now we put in this DLL that gets executed on your machine, and it contains a crypto miner and a credential stealer. So people who were updating to the latest version, they got this installed on their machine, and they were getting, their credentials were also stolen. Now, we don't know what the actual story is here, so we don't know whether Faisal was like, I've had enough of this open source stuff, I'm selling it. Seems unlikely to me. I think it's more likely that that person got hacked, that his credentials were stolen, and that then were sold. Because, yeah, they could have been stolen with something like this. So how do we know about these things? So there is a central database that contains CVEs. These are common vulnerabilities and exploits. These CVEs look a bit like this. So this is the CVE for the UA parser. You can see the affected version. So we have version 0729, 08, and 100 that are affected. And it also mentions the fixed versions. So a CVE tells you all of the information that you need to know about, like, is this library vulnerable, which was the version that are vulnerable, and where is it fixed? So if you look at CVEs, you will find these things. This is another CVE that might be familiar for some of you. Well, if you're ever been close to Java people, at least. So this is the CVE in log4j. This was a really bad one. So in log4j, they had an issue starting from one of the earliest versions of the project that was like 10 years old, something like that, where you could just insert a string that was very meticulously formatted, of course, and it would execute the code within that string. So this means if you have an API that's running on a Java service, all you had to do was try and put this particular string in all of the fields, see which of these fields was getting logged somewhere by log4j, and then it would execute your code on that machine. So perfect for getting access to somebody's network. At the time, I was working at New Relic. It's about 2 years ago, I think. And this was a really bad day. We had hundreds of services running Java, all having log4j. They all needed to be patched. This was a huge fire drill that went into the night, into the weekend to get things patched. And we didn't get to the last service like in 4 or 6 weeks, I think, and just because it was so widespread. And we were not alone. So if you look at statistics in December 2023, still 30% of the applications were vulnerable to this. All right, so cool. We have a CVE. So let's say we have, let's back up a bit. So somebody was looking at log4j, could be a developer of log4j, could be a security researcher or bounty hunter looking at the code and going like, ooh, this is weird. I think I can hack this. So what they did, they found the vulnerability, they disclosed it, created the CVE. This CVE then gets picked up by SCA tools. So this is software composition and analysis tools. What these tools do is they go through your application. They look at all of the packages that are being used, and they create a software bill of materials. This is just a list of all of the packages that get included by your application. And it's a transient list, right? So it's all of the packages that you use, but also the packages that are used by those packages and so on. So it's a complete bill of materials for your project. Then that bill of materials is checked against the CVE database to see if there's any versions of packages that are vulnerable. And then you get the output, which is a list of packages to update, because if you don't update them, then you can have remote code execution or bad reversal text or stuff like that. As you can see, the first step here is the disclosure of the vulnerability. So somebody finds a vulnerability and then they disclose it, they create a CVE for it. This is something that sometimes doesn't happen. So there's a thing called shadow patching, where people are like, okay, we have found something, we'll just create a patch for it, we'll release it, but we're not going through the hassle of creating a CVE. This means if the CVE is not in the database, tools will not pick it up, and you will not know that you're using a version that has a vulnerability in your software. So there are some reasons why people are not disclosing that. So it could be reputation concerns. So for example, as a developer, I don't want to admit that I made this mistake. Or it could be a reputation concern for your project, that this is really bad if this project has such vulnerabilities and I don't want to use it. Although I think it's better for your reputation to actually disclose it and patch it as soon as possible to show like you care about security and you want to get it fixed. Another one could be a lack of resources. These projects are maintained by one particular person. They might not have the time or resources to actually go and create a report, submit it to the CV database, and so on. And the last one, which is also quite common, is the belief that this is fine. It's a minor issue. It's unlikely that anybody will ever exploit this, so let's just... It's okay, we'll just create a patch and... So this is what we want to do with Aikido Intel. This is our research project where we are trying to discover these vulnerabilities in open source projects that were shadow patched and create a directory where you can find these as well. So at intel.aikido.dev you can find this. This is open source, so you can see the whole feed coming through and you can just use it in your projects. So how does it work? We have about 5 million open source packages that we continuously scan. We gather the release notes for these packages. So we look at the changelog, at the release notes.md, these kind of files, and then we identify vulnerabilities that were patched in these versions. We look them up into the CVE database to see were there CVEs reported for these patches or not. If they were not reported, then there's actually a phase where one of our engineers goes through these findings and looks at whether it's actually an issue that should be reported or not. The tricky part here is, well, let me go through this first. So the sources that we have is we have a list of 5 million most popular open source tools that we go through. We scrape all of that data and then we format it in a standard format. Then we use an LLM to identify vulnerabilities. We cross-check with the database and then a human verifies it. So why do we use LLMs for this? The language in those changelogs and the formats are very ambiguous. So different projects use different types of formats, and different log messages are, well, different changelog messages are easier to understand than others. So for example, I have 4 examples here. On the first one, it mentions XSS as exploit. So cross-site scripting exploit, it's just in the text. Easy, right? This is definitely something that should be flagged. The second one mentions unauthenticated data access. Well, still quite easy. Third one, redact tokens that are logged to the console. It doesn't mention that it's a secret that's getting logged. It's already a bit more ambiguous. And the last one is hard. So it's like, increase the default work factor of this algorithm to 1 million iterations. It doesn't mention security, it doesn't have any type of exploit in it. It does mention like this type of algorithm that's used to create tokens from passwords, and it shows that it's doing something to increase that. So it might have been not good before. So these are quite difficult to see, and that's where we have the LLM that tells us like, likely this is an issue, and then the human reviewer goes in and checks it. Before LLMs, it would not have been possible to do this for us. So we are a startup. We don't have the resources to put 100 people to go through all of the changelogs and to manually identify this. Now with LLMs, we get a filtered version, which contains a lot less entries, which makes it plausible for us to actually go through these things. We have chosen to work with just the foundational models that are out there. So we're using the GPT models for this particular project. The reason for that being is that there's continuous improvement to those models. If you use your own model, a smaller model that you fine-tune, for example, you're stuck with it, let's say. You have to continuously invest in it. You have to make upgrades yourself. While if you're using the foundational models, you can surf the wave, basically. You can see how these models improve, and you can just get all of the incremental improvements while the models are getting better. The initial investment is a lot lower as well. You can get started really easy by writing a prompt, testing it out, and iterating on it. And of course, these models keep getting faster and cheaper. So that's why we are not doing any custom model or fine-tuning or stuff like that, but we are really leveraging the LLMs. So when you're developing with LLMs, there's a few things that you need to keep in mind. So as I mentioned, we start with a prompt that is spitting out potential vulnerabilities from these changelogs. And over time, we need to tune this prompt, right? So we need to know, do we have a good signal-to-noise ratio? For example, in the beginning, we had a lot of false positives coming through, where the LLM would say, well, these are all possible vulnerabilities, and we had to sift through a lot of that stuff. What we did there is we started building benchmarks for it. So we started marking this data. So whenever one of these log lines comes in, we say, okay, this is actually a good one that we need to look at, or this is irrelevant. So we give it a thumbs up, thumbs down kind of a rating. And we did this for quite a lot of data. And then we can use that to fine-tune our prompt. So we change the prompt and we see how the score changes over time. This also allows us to plug in new models, basically. So if you plug in a new model, you can see how it does against the benchmark. So it's really important when you're developing these AI agents, these AI systems, that you have some kind of benchmark that you're building out, where you know what the answer should be, so that you can validate what changes in prompts, changes in models are doing to your performance. I think this is something where we see a lot of AI development going on, and I have the impression that a lot of people are just, I'm writing a prompt and it works, and they're assuming that that will always be the case. What we have seen over time is that models improve over time, but they also behave differently over time. So it's not because you switch from a model that was released last year to a model that's released this year that you're getting better performance. It could be that your prompt is really tuned towards the older model and does not perform well on the newer model. And that's where you really need to have benchmarks to make sure that you can track, like, how are we doing. For us, that's really important to get a good signal-to-noise ratio and to get an amount of issues that you can actually filter through and get good results out of. So talking about results, in 2024, we released this in January. We found 550 vulnerabilities that were not disclosed before. So about 56 of those were critical severity. So this means these were things that people shadow patched in their project. They just released it and said, okay, this is fine. To give you some examples, some interesting findings. So Axios is a promise-based HTTP client for the browser and for Node. This one has a prototype pollution that can happen. This is not a small project, so it has 56 million downloads every week. And there is no CV for this. So you should know that you should not use this particular version, that you should use the next version. Another one in the Apache Apache eCharts, 1 million weekly downloads. This is a less critical vulnerability, but it's cross-site scripting, so it's also one that was not detected. And then we have one in Laravel Composer, where it has 2 million installs, for a path reversal attack, path reversal vulnerability that was not disclosed. So if you go to intel.aikido.dev, you can actually see this. You can search for the packages that you're using. You can see the vulnerabilities that are coming up. You can also, of course, use Aikido, which has an SCA that uses this feed as well as the other CVE databases. Where are we going next with this? Up next is malware detection. So what we're doing there is we're using traditional scanners to discover malware, potential malware, and then we use LLMs to triage the results. So here it's a bit the same concept as before. If you do this on a large set of open source projects, you will find 50,000 hits every week, something like that. So it's impossible just to go through all of these. So we're using LLMs to filter down again. So the concept there is the same thing as before. So we scrape all of this data from public registries. Then we use traditional tools to scan. So for example, Phylum or an OpenGrep. We then use an LLM to make sure that it's in the right format. And we ask the LLM to assess whether something is malware or not. So these detectors will do things like, I'm seeing something that is, for example, base 64 decoded, base 64 encoded in your software, or something that's zipped inside of the software. It's very suspicious because somebody might be hiding something in there. So we are building tools that actually decode these things, that unzip it, that look inside to see what's actually being put in there. And then the LLM will validate whether that's a malware, malicious finding or not. And then, of course, the last step again is human validation, where we check the results from the LLM to see what's actually up. So the early results, so we have been running this since the beginning of the year, I believe. We now have found 611 malicious projects in March 2025. And these are quite interesting cases. So it's a lot of typo squatting, where people are like a library that is one letter off from an official library. They include the original software, but they also include their crypto miner. So we do find a lot of those, and we flag them directly. So we benchmark this against the OpenSSF. They found 165 of these packages. So we are scanning a broader range, and we are finding more true positives as well. And that's it. That's all I had for today. Any questions?
So when you find these, do you go back to the projects and encourage them to file CVE, or are you now basically the only source of record for these findings?
So we also report them back to the projects, but we are not filing the CVs ourselves. So we don't have the authority to file the CVs, but we do report the owners that we have found this and that we are putting it into our database.
Yesterday, a news article is released that the CVE database is going down this week. Does that impact your organization?
That's a very good question.
Funding today.
Yes.
Yesterday, yeah, by the Dutch stuff.
Yeah, so Dutch cut the funding for Meter, I think it's called. But there's another government agency that is picking up the project. So, but they might be next on the chopping block. That part, I don't know. But for now, the project is saved.
Okay.
Just curious, is Drupal core or Drupal contrib modules included in what you're scanning? And how do you decide if you have an ecosystem like this with, lots of maybe smaller independent projects in this larger ecosystem? How do you decide what's worth including?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I do think they are included in our scans, but I need to double check. So I'm not 100% sure. We look at our customer base as well to see what they are using to include into our scanning. So we do target the companies that are close to our customers, basically. And we do have a lot of customers that are using PHP, Drupal, and so on. So I do believe we have it covered.
That's it, I guess.
All right, I think that's it. Thank you very much.